tunnel and bridge sector. It brings together the government, project authorities, developers, technology providers, consultants, academia, and industry leaders. Without any further ado, we begin today's proceeding. I request all of you to put your hands together with a huge round of applause as we welcome our esteemed guest for today's opening session, Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji, Additional Member Works, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways. Welcome, sir. Colonel Parikshit Mehra, Secretary, Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana. Mr. S. Parmasivan, Chair, FICCI Committee on Roads and Highways and Managing Director, AFCONS. Ms. Bhavani Kuneru, Co-Chair, FICCI Committee on Roads and Highways and Senior Vice President and Head Heavy Civil Infrastructure, Larsen and Toubro. Ms. Neerja Singh, Assistant Secretary General, FICCI. As we wait for Mr. Parmasivan, we request all of you again to kindly put your phones on silent. As you are all aware, this is the 4th edition of the program. Over the years, the program developed from just focusing on tunnel development in India to also talking about how bridge also forms an important and essential part of infrastructure. Today's program, we would focus upon what are the technology and the infrastructure requirement that is going to shape our tomorrow's infrastructure. We'll talk about policy, we'll talk about investment, and we will talk about the strategic partnerships for tunnels and bridges in India. Before we proceed, I would request Mr. Parmasivan, our chairman, to present a green certificate to Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji. Ladies and gentlemen, at FICCI, in keeping our commitment towards sustainability, instead of presenting our dignitaries a bouquet of flowers, we present a thicket of trees. This certificate is our commitment to plant trees in the name of our guest at the Sundarbans National Park. I also now request Ms. Bhavani to please give a green certificate to Colonel Parikshit Mehra. Thank you, sir. To set the context for today's conference, I now invite our committee chairman, Mr. S. Parmasivan, to kindly deliver the welcome address and context setting. Sir.
Good morning, members in the dais, my friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Rajesh Agarwal, Additional Member Works, Railway Board. Colonel Parikshit Mehra, Secretary, Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana. Ms. Bhavani Kuneru, Co-Chair, FICCI Committee, Roads and Highways. And of course, Ms. Neerja, Ms. Komal, and others. Distinguished dignitaries, colleagues from the infrastructure industry, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the 4th edition of the Tunnels and Bridges Conference. I had the opportunity to be part of earlier editions of this conference, and it is encouraging to see this platform continue to grow and the conversation itself evolve. When we first begin, much of it was about scale of opportunity before India and the challenges ahead. Today, that opportunity is no longer in question. We all know how infrastructure is central to the government's vision of seeing a developed India by 2047 and how an even larger scale of construction activity is ahead of us. This is especially very relevant in the overall tunneling context, where earlier limited tunneling used to happen and some kind of metro tunneling has started coming up. Now, everywhere large-scale tunneling and underground works are being talked about, whether it is border side in the Himalayas or in the urban side or various railway projects. Everywhere the size requirements of tunneling is consistently going up. At some point of time, 6.2 dia TBM for metro was the only norm. Then 7.5 came in NCRTC, and later Mumbai coastal, it had a different diameters. Now high-speed railway is different diameter. Thane Borivali tunnel is a different diameter. Pakaldul is a different diameter. So all these different diameters are taking place and gradually becoming this thing. And in terms of concentration of tunnel boring machine working also, if you look at it, substantially tunnel boring used to be dependent on machines being supplied from Europe or Japan, or in some cases from China. Due to various geopolitical issues and other things, there have been concerns and constraints in getting the tunnel boring machines on time. Therefore, thanks to Indian government's initiative, now few companies in India have been asked to look at manufacturing tunnel boring machine in India. It could be 5 years since the first machine comes out, except maybe Heriknet Chennai facility where they already have a facility. The other facilities could take time. But a nice initiative has been taken by the Indian government. The question before us now is different. It is not whether India can build a difficult tunnel or a landmark bridge. We have demonstrated that repeatedly. It is whether we can make that engineering excellence consistent, repeatable, and scalable across the much larger infrastructure program that lies ahead. As investment grows, terrain becomes more challenging and cities more dense. That question cannot be answered by any one stakeholder alone. It needs government, developers, contractors, consumers, and technology providers, consultants working together, which is exactly what this platform enables. Let me touch briefly on a few areas where I believe our collective attention is most needed. The first we have been repeatedly talking is project preparation. Tunnels and bridges are particularly sensitive to the quality of DPRs, geological conditions, alignment, utilities, and access can each materially affect execution. It is encouraging that MORTH has begun moving DPR consultant selection away from the least cost method and towards QCBS, a step industry has long asked for and one worth extending further. Equally, addressing critical clearances and right of way before award remains a far cheaper than the delays that follow once construction begins. At the same time, some risks continue to be fully eliminated through investigation, and our contract needs to recognize this. This is an area which is still work in progress, I would say. Risk should sit with whomever best placed to manage it. Transferring every uncertainty to the contractor does not reduce project risk. It simply relocates it, usually into disputes and delays. The principle needs to apply consistently across at least three kinds of uncertainty we routinely encounter. The first is geological, particularly Himalayan tunneling, where actual ground conditions are materially very different from what a DPR anticipated. Item rate provisions or suitable mechanisms within EPC contracts should allow genuine geological variation to be measured and compensated fairly, including time impact. The second is urban tunneling, which is uncertain in different way. In densely built cities, complete information on existing buildings, utilities, and ground conditions is often difficult to establish before construction begins, particularly around older structures and congested utility corridors, and access for investigation or remedial work can be restricted once execution is underway. This problem is compounded by the safety risks posed to the building by the tunneling activity, ranging from cracks to collapse of the structure. This calls for continuous monitoring and quick technical decisions on site, but also needs to be reflected upfront in the contractual framework so that unforeseen third party or site constraints don't automatically become a contractor's liability. In Calcutta, we did the first underwater tunnel below River Hooghly. 9 buildings had to be completely vacated. The entire 9 buildings, people are housed in a hotel for about close to a month till the tunneling activity was completed. After that, which was not envisaged in the contract, just to give an example. The third is land acquisition. Increasingly, EPC contracts place significant responsibility for land acquisition and multi-stakeholder approvals within the contractor's scope. But contractors are equipped to manage construction risk, not to resolve matters involving numerous landowners and government departments, which is properly a government competence. There is a need for relook on this approach, which only serves to transfer the risk associated with land acquisition delays to the contractor. The next area is quality and safety. As projects grow more complex, technical capability deserves real weight in selecting contractors, designers, and consultants. A technically weak contractor can create consequences far greater than any saving from the lowest bid, and this responsibility cannot end at construction. Given how frequently we now read of aging structures in distress, our industry and our institutions need to move beyond generic commitments towards defined ownership for regular inspection, structural health monitoring, and timely rehabilitation across an asset's working life. Not only at the point of handover, as the scale of the inventory of our infrastructure assets grows, investments in the systems and institutions that maintain it also need to grow. Building assets without building the capacity to look after them is not a sustainable model. Then on equipment, much of India's tunneling program still depends on imported machine. We have talked about that, and we have all seen how geopolitical disruptions can delay projects of national importance. There are welcome signs of change. There are few public sector companies have been interested along with L&T, BML, BHEL, L&T, and Heriknet Chennai. These have been asked to develop TBM design capability. The recent assembly of one of India's first largely indigenous tunnel boring machine, and this year's union budget, which introduced a dedicated scheme to build domestic manufacturing capacity for construction and infrastructure equipment, specifically including tunnel boring machines. Given the scale of tunneling ahead of us, this momentum deserves sustained support from both government and industry. Finally, technology and climatic resilience. BIM, AI, drone and sensor-based monitoring can meaningfully improve coordination, safety, and decision making. But adoption should be driven by measurable improvement, not novelty for its own sake. Separately, and just as important, the tunnels and bridges we design today will operate for several decades in a climate that is visibly changing, where extreme rainfall, flash floods, landslides, and shifting river behavior may no longer follow the historical patterns our designs have traditionally relied on. Climate change needs to be treated as a design input, not an afterthought, with resilience, drainage, protection, and monitoring built into investigation and design and maintenance regimes that account for a more volatile climate over the asset's working life. Ladies and gentlemen, India has already shown that it can execute infrastructure of extraordinary scale and complexity. The task now is to make the capability consistent across much larger pipeline ahead, though through better preparation, fairer risk allocation, stronger technical selection, genuine life cycle accountability, and greater self-reliance in equipment and technology. At FICCI, we remain committed to working closely with the government and industry to advance this agenda. I am confident that today's discussion will help us identify practical ways forward. I wish the fourth edition of Tunnel and Bridges Conference every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the warm welcome and insightful context-setting address. I would now request Colonel Parikshit Mehra, Secretary, Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana, to deliver his address, please.
Distinguished dignitaries, senior officers from the Government of India, I think few from the state governments, colleagues from the sector of tunneling, and also every one of you who's here. Good morning to all of you. Firstly, it's a privilege to be part here of the fourth edition of the Tunnel and Bridges Conference. And I'm particularly excited about the theme this year, Expanding Horizons in Engineering Excellence. This is the second one that I'm attending after the last year. And I think this is much more than a conference theme. It captures the transition of the Indian infrastructure engineering, which it's undergoing today. For decades, tunnels and bridges were often regarded simply as structures that enabled us to cross an obstacle, a mountain, a river, a valley, a city, or a difficult piece of terrain. But today, that perspective is widely changing. A tunnel is not anymore just mere, a hole through the mountains, and a bridge is no more just a structure spanning a river. They're increasingly becoming critical components of an integrated, intelligent, resilient, and sustainable infrastructure system. And that is why the discussions that we have planned today are extremely relevant to the infrastructure fraternity today. India is entering a new era of underground infrastructure. India is simultaneously building highways, high-speed rails, metros, hydropower projects, irrigation systems, urban infrastructure, and doing a lot for strategic connectivity in the border areas. As our infrastructure footprint expands, we are increasingly being pushed towards more difficult environments. We are going deeper, we are going longer, we are working in more complex geology, we are entering dense urban environments, we are dealing with seismic regions, we are dealing with the complex Himalayan geology, the coastal environments, the areas where surface infrastructure is either technically difficult or environmentally quite undesirable. In such circumstances, underground infrastructure becomes not merely an alternative, it becomes more of a strategic necessity. The national infrastructure pipeline and the country's broader infrastructure ambitions create enormous opportunities for the tunnel and the bridge sector, but opportunity alone is not enough. We need the right policies, predictable approvals, appropriate risk allocation, specialized equipment, skilled manpower, and definitely better geological information to be able to reach where we want to reach. And above all, we need a culture in which engineering decisions are based on evidence, data, and sound judgment rather than merely on contractual convenience or conventional practice. So from construction to life cycle thinking, this is a shift that we need to make. One of the most important changes that I believe that we need to bring in to the infrastructure sector today. We should stop thinking of a tunnel or a bridge as a project that ends when construction ends. The real measure of engineering excellence is how the asset performs over its 30, 50, or 100 years of life that we designed it for. That means that we should ask ourselves questions. How will we inspect it? How will we monitor it? How will we maintain it? How will we rehabilitate it? How will we respond when the ground conditions behave different from what we predicted? How will we manage fire and other emergencies? How will we ensure ventilation and operational safety during the construction for the people who are constructing it and for people who are using it? How will the asset perform under changing climatic conditions? And how will we make sure that today's infrastructure does not become tomorrow's liability for the generations to come? This is why the theme of monitoring, maintenance, rehabilitation, durability, and long-term asset performance are as important as excavation and the construction of these assets itself. Policy, investment, and risk sharing is another theme that we will talk about today. This is probably our first business session. This is fundamental. Large tunnel and bridges projects are inherently complex. They involve geological uncertainty, interfaces between multiple agencies, environmental considerations, land issues, specialized machinery, long construction periods, and significant financial commitments from the public and the private sector alike. Therefore, the traditional approach of placing maximum risk on one party is what the chairman also was trying to bring out, will never yield us the best results. We need intelligent risk sharing. The owner must understand the risks, the designer must understand constructability, contractor must understand the design intent, the technology provider must understand the actual site conditions, and the regulator must understand the engineering realities. A successful project requires all of these parties to operate in a common ecosystem. We also need to accelerate approvals without compromising safety. There is a very slight, a thin line difference between faster decision making and reducing scrutiny. Our objective should be faster decision making through better information, better processes, standardization, and digital systems, and not by weakening the engineering checks. The other theme, building an Indian tunneling ecosystem, which is very important today if we have to do the kind of underground works that we're wanting to do, is have Indian capability in tunnel boring machines and associated systems for sure, but also in specialized excavation equipment. You know, why should we not be able to make a drilling jumbo for ourselves? These are questions that the industry needs to ask themselves, and we need to incentivize the industry to make it for us. Not all tunnels are made through TBMs. Most of the tunnels continue to be made through drill and blast. So why that technology is probably not as complex, and why can't we get indigenize everything that we use in our inside these tunnels? Why can't we do better about ground investigation, geological and geotechnical interpretation, underground structural design, advanced construction materials, waterproofing, instrumentation, ventilation and firefighting, digital construction, inspection, and asset management? And these are all aspects that still we can do a lot on. But equipment alone will never solve our problems. Machines will excavate, but finally it is engineers who have to do the work. The engineers who have to understand the rock and the soil that they work in. So this is especially important in India because our geology is extraordinarily diverse. We work in absolutely different paradigms when we work in the southern part of the country and when we are in the Himalayas. You could move from basalt to phyllite in India in a matter of a few hundred kilometers. A methodology that works perfectly in one geological formation may completely be inappropriate a few kilometers away. That happens in the Himalayas very often. Therefore, the future of Indian tunneling must combine mechanization with engineering judgment, and that's why investing in people is also equally important. The other aspect is digital engineering, from drawings to decisions, another theme I believe that we are talking about today. We are moving from two-dimensional drawings towards three-dimensional models, digital twins, real-time instrumentation, automated data collections, and data-driven decision-making models. But I would like to make one distinction. Digitization cannot be an exercise in producing more data. The objective is to take better decisions. So, for an example, we have so much of instrumentation in some of the assets. How much do we actually analyze it? How much do we actually use it to make a decision? When you see that deformation graph, are we able to predict the trend? Are we able to make the changes in the supports in time? So that is also equally important. Similarly, geological information should not remain buried inside those investigation reports only. It should progressively become part of the construction decision making process. The tunnel phase should effectively become a source of continuous geological information. This is where digital tools, BIM, instrumentation, AI assisted interpretation systems come into play, and we need to get them on the fore for practical and pragmatic engineering of bridges and tunnels. The other is the advanced chemistry and construction materials. It's good to see that we have in our theme that we're talking about GFRP applications, we are talking about slurries, we're talking about recycling that material, because that's for sustainability also going to come into play a lot. Safety, I think that's a bugbear with tunneling. Not as much if we do it right, and probably the most important and relevant subject today. So tunnel safety. Now, safety cannot be an item added to the end of the project. It must be embedded from the first geological investigation and the first line drawn on the design. Tunnel safety includes much more than preventing just a collapse. It includes fire safety, ventilation, smoke management, emergency communication, evacuation, access routes, operational controls, our E&M systems, monitoring, maintenance, and it is actually not as complex as it is made out to be. If we can do simple deformation monitoring inside tunnels during construction, I'm sure 99% of these collapses we could easily avoid. So we can do something better on that. So we must design not only for normal operation but also for abnormal and emergency scenarios. you know it is a system in which engineering, technology, people and procedures work together reliably when they need the most. That's when safety becomes assured. Other is the theme of the challenging terrain that requires a different mindset. Obviously, working in the border areas, I can say that logistics itself becomes a very big part of the complete game at the site. So those are things that are very important that we need to work on, and I'm sure that we'll be discussing those too as well. Productivity and mechanization also has to increase. We have to become better, more efficient with our tunneling systems. We have to ensure that through using mechanization we can increase productivity, so that every day on the site an agency or a contractor is able to create something which is billable, because cash flow can only be ensured if we can ensure that kind of efficiency. So these are the themes that we are discussing today, and that'll be great. Then is the importance of the ground beneath us. There is one subject that deserves particular emphasis, which is geotechnical engineering. I think a tunnel is ultimately an interaction between a ground and a structure, and the ground is not constant. It changes, it is uncertain, and our understanding of it is always incomplete. So it should be treated as a continuous engineering process. We need better investigation, better interpretation, better instrumentation, better observational methods, and better mechanisms for incorporating new information into construction decisions. It is all about understanding the ground better. Sustainability again is no longer option. We for the coming generations of tomorrow, we have to ensure that we make all our systems sustainable, and that has to become part of our of our decision making when we're doing the designs itself. So from projects we now need to, I think, move towards an ecosystem. Ultimately, today's conference is not only about one project, one technology, or one organization. It is about creating an ecosystem. Government brings policy and public purpose, owners bring the project vision, designers bring engineering, contractors bring execution capability, manufacturers bring in technology, academia brings in research and knowledge, consultants bring specialized expertise, and young engineers bring the energy and imagination that will shape the next generation of infrastructure. We need all of this, and we need them to communicate with each other much more effectively. The next generation, I think, again, very relevant today, is I would like to particularly emphasize on the importance of developing specialized tunneling expertise in India. We are building increasingly sophisticated underground structures, but the pool of people who deeply understand geomechanics, MEP systems, safety protocols are still not there. So we therefore need to invest not only in machines and projects but also in people. Universities, research institutes, government organizations, and industry should work together, and we need engineers who understand both theory and construction well. We need site engineers who understand geology. We need geologists who understand construction. We need safety professionals who understand tunnel operations, and we need project managers who can integrate all of the disciplines. We need a change in the engineering culture. The next leap in Indian tunneling will not come from technology alone. It will come from the change in engineering culture, a culture that encourages people to report problems early, a culture that treats geological surprises as information rather than blame, a culture that values quality over superficial progress, culture that uses data but does not abandon engineering judgment, a culture that designs for and maintains, a culture that treats safety as a fundamental engineering responsibility, and a culture that learns from every previous project. So I would like to conclude by saying that today's theme, expanding horizons in engineering excellence, is actually very relevant to us, because we are bringing all of these themes together in the ensuing sessions. And I'm sure that the next generation listening to us today here, people who are working in the industry today, and all of us will greatly enrich ourselves with this. I wish the conference all the very best, I think we are truly on the path of achieving engineering excellence in India, and these conferences will really help us get there much faster. So thank you, Vicky, so much.
Thank you very much, Colonel Mehra. You've rightly put it. Collaboration and communication is the key, and specifically on perspective on safety protocols, regulatory frameworks, and the right approach to tunneling projects give a clear ground level view of the challenges and the priorities that govern execution. And now it is our privilege to have and invite Sri Rajesh Agarwalji, Additional Member Works, Railway Board, to kindly to give his presentation and deliver the special address.
Namaskar. Mr. S. Paramasivan, the Chair of the FICCI Committee on Roads and Highways, Managing Director of Cons Infrastructure Limited, the Co-Chair, Madam Bhavani Koneru, Head Heavy Civil Infrastructure Larsen and Toubro, Colonel Parikshit Mehra, Secretary Tunnel and Safety Government of Telangana, Madam Nirja Singh, and Ms. Komal, and I am seeing many more colleagues from my railways, ex-colleagues from Railway Board, Mr. C.P. Gupta, Mr. Arvindra Goyal. I also see Director Ircon Ajit, ex-CMD, Mr. Chaudhary, and many more who are present there. First of all, I express my heartfelt thanks to FICCI for giving me an opportunity to be with you on this very important session. As you know, that Ministry of Railways have taken a very ambitious program, and for which one of the first kind industry interaction was held on 10th of July at Vigyan Bhavan, where we have really seen a very enthusiastic response from the industry, and I am thankful to the industry for the same. FICCI has organized on 23rd July at Lalit International about the Future Rail India, where I had an opportunity to showcase about the railways program, and then they have further focused it on tunnel and bridges. I think that is a step in the right direction. I congratulate FICCI for the same. Mr. Paramasivan has already set the context from the industry side for fair risk of the allocation among the various stakeholders, and Colonel Parikshit Mehra has already set the context for the policy making from the government side. So I think I have very little less to speak before you. Still, I would like to make use of this opportunity to showcase and to see what railway is thinking today and how we intend to move forward, and where we need your support and cooperation. As you all know, that the government of India is looking for a Viksit Bharat 2047. जैसा प्रधानमंत्री जी आदरणीय मोदी जी कहते हैं 140 करोड़ लोगों को एक साथ आगे बढ़ना है, तो वो हम सब लोगों को मिलकर के ही चलना पड़ेगा। और अभी लाल किले से सप्त धारा जो उन्होंने बोली, उसकी जो चौथी स्ट्रीम है वो है ट्रांसपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एंड रेलवे इज डेफिनेटली पार्ट ऑफ इट, एंड देयरफॉर we have to achieve this Viksit goal in this spirit, and in that direction each and everyone has to move. Together we achieve the objective, and that is why we have to go for a fast track construction, and we have to be a participative collaboration and go for innovation. New technique has already been brought out by other previous two speakers. So these are the broad things based on which we can definitely move forward. You can see the kind of workload which currently Indian Railways has got. 40,000 kilometers of the railway network has to expand in next 5 years' time, involving an investment of more than 5 lakh crores of rupees. It is not an easy task. 5 lakh crore expenditure within a 5 years' time. It requires work worth more than 2 lakh crore to move on a yearly basis. Then only something of this type of expenditure can be achieved. Something this type of achievements in terms of kilometer can be achieved. and the transport infrastructure definitely involves further innovation in technology. Next. So just to give you in perspective, because today's theme is on tunnel and bridges, taking out other scopes from the railway work, I have only listed that what is the scope of the tunneling and the bridges which are being offered by the Indian Railways. And further, I will be focusing only on tunneling, because bridges already form a very huge part of it. So currently, if you see, almost 1150 kilometers of tunneling railway has envisaged, out of which roughly 326 kilometers have already been done in last about 20 years time, and then we intend to really go ahead with the which is shown in the graph. Next. So just to put in perspective, we have listed out how many projects in which railway and what is the expected tunneling length in a perspective plan of 5 years is available as a scope to you all. I know more than 100 professionals from the tunneling background are present here, and this is the most important slide which I request them to take note of, because that is where the roadmap lies. And we have to achieve it in a very, very, very fast manner, in a very, very short time. So 51 projects, 1150 kilometers, 326 kilometers has been done, and what is left is almost more than 800 kilometers of tunneling. It's not a joke. It is a real challenge, and we have to really think how we intend to achieve it. Next. So I've just brought this particular slide to bring something in perspective. We all know that Calcutta Metro started in 1973, and they have produced just 16 kilometer length in 24 years time. And the result of which, whenever you talk to somebody about the metro in 90s, people used to think of, अरे भाई कहाँ पहुँच गए, कुछ होना जमाना तो है नहीं. And that is where the Delhi Metro came. And when Delhi Metro came, because I joined as the first deputy chief engineer of Delhi Metro, I vividly remember लोग कहते थे भाई तुमने अपना रिटायरमेंट का इंतजाम कर लिया. तो हमने कहा ठीक है. Then Delhi Metro produced 62 kilometers in 7 years time. You see the speed. And what is the impact of this change? I want to highlight the impact of speed and scale. If you do any infrastructure in this manner, it has really changed the thought process of the planners of this country. And the metro has become a viable option of the urban transport. And as a result, in last 2 decades, 2.5 decades, more than 35 cities have got the metro network. And people are getting it realized within their short span. Politicians have a 5 years time period. They can't wait for 20 years. They want, if they have got a project sanctioned, they would like to the credit of its commissioning. So we have to see, that is the public expectations. So if DMRC has done it 390 kilometers in almost 28 years, which is 20 times the wavelength, the pace which was earlier. Similarly, in the tunnel, if you see 320 kilometers plus in last 2 decades, almost 16 kilometers per year we are producing. With this, if I have to do 800 kilometers plus, how many more decades I will take? Can country wait for it? It's not possible. You have to work together. We have to work together to see that we must produce 160 kilometers per year. That requires 10x jump, and 10x jump is not easy. But if we do it, your tunneling technology will really enable the creation of infrastructure in a manner which will be remembered by our next generations, like we are remembering metro today. So that is the where we have to see, and it is possible. As Paramashivanji was telling, that India is doing complex infrastructure execution in a much better way. So there is nothing which is preventing us. So what is required to achieve this pace, 160 kilometers per year of tunneling on Indian Railways? I am giving this scope exclusively on the Indian Railways. It doesn't include the scope of the dedicated freight corridor, or a high-speed corridor, or a highway tunnel, or a irrigation tunnels. So this is the scope which you are having purely and purely on the railway sector. So this is the number which we are looking for. Next. So we have to have a paradigm shift. As already brought out, that We have been talking of various construction methodology. In any project, the moment the tunnel comes, everybody tries to squeeze the length because it is going to be costly. It is going to be the costly. That is the concept. The moment tunnel comes, people think of it is going to be too costly an affair, so reduce the tunnel, forgetting about the advantages of the tunnel. USBRL project, we have, I think if cons have worked, they have mentioned how many more years we have taken. Entire length on the front and back has been commissioned, but the most critical length of the tunnel was commissioned so late. As a result, the advantage which could have gone to the valley 10 years before, latest by 2016 or 14, maybe earlier to that, which has been achieved much later. So that is what I am trying to say, that we have to keep the cost at the end. If you have to have a priority, you have to have a priority of the safety first. One Silkyara, latest Chamoli, that takes away the entire, enthu of the tunneling to a back burner, because everybody says the life is lost and lot many questions are being asked, what has been done? So safety is something in whatever technology, whatever innovation we think that no life should be lost whenever we do the tunneling. That is what is to be ensured. And that is the criteria number one. If you are giving a safe, earlier I remember when Professor Dinesh Mohan used to talk, the Delhi Metro's cost, that how many buses can come, how many things PHP DTV can run. It is very costly proposition. But today, do you find anybody talking about the cost on metro? Nobody. Why? Because it has proved itself, its worth. So similarly, if you produce a tunneling in a safe manner, I am sure that nobody will talk to you about the cost. And the fair allocation of risk, as Mr. Paramasivan has said, is the need of the hour. If something unforeseen is there, we have to be fair enough that who is going to bear the cost. So ultimately, it is the client who has to pay for it. Contractor is not here for the charity. So he has to work. He has to work in expeditious manner. He must work to ensure safety. He must work to ensure quality. But when it comes to taking the onus, it is the client who has to take the onus. So that is the philosophy we have to work with. So quality of the work, the project progress, and the predictable project delivery. It should not happen that I have planned something in 5 years and it is going on for decades. Then what is the use of it? Entire capital is locked up. What for? Just because there's 2 kilometers of tunnel has not been done. Entire 100 kilometers is ready, but train is not running. 98 kilometers is gone, waste. Nobody thinks of in that time. So we have to think of in terms of the opportunity cost of the capital for the whole project when we evaluate the tunneling performance. That is where the matter lies. Then, of course, environmental concern. I think many people are here and who are talking about the environment. We have to be sensitive to the environment. Whenever we talk of other technologies, I will come in detail. We can't go to the jungle areas and spoil the whole jungle because of the methodology which we use, because we want to save some penny. Have we ever understood what is the money value which we have lost when we degrade the environment? We degrade the forest. So that is the very important. And then lastly, of course, there will be a cost. Whatever we do, even if we do any method, cost will be there. So cost has to be there. We have to be conscious of the cost, but that should not be the deciding parameter. So these are the prime focus areas where we have to shift, make a paradigm shift. Next. So I will not go into detail. I think each one of you are professionally intelligent enough. You can just go through the slide. I'll just simply leave it for a second. So this is the safety first. When you talk of broadly, there are 2 technologies. One is NATM and another is TBM. If I talk of metro, what is metro? I had worked 7 years in Delhi Metro. Metro is nothing but a TBM and a viaduct. And both uses what? A precast lining or a casting yard output. What does it mean? It is a manufacturing facility somewhere else and you simply assemble at site. So that is how you define the metro. And that is where the quality gets assured. That is where the safety gets ensured. But in TBM, we will do और जैसे पुराने जमाने में 40 साल पहले शादी होती थी तो हलवाई बैठा लेते थे, वो पूरा फैला लेता था. तो वही तरीके हम फैला लेते हैं जब हम NATM करते हैं. तो that is the way we cannot work now. Next. So this is the quality. I think each one of you knows. Next. Because time is also limited. So these things, I am leaving it and everybody can see. The predictable project delivery, now the environment impact. So environmental impact, I have already listed. When you work with the NATM, people are exposed to the so many gases, fumes, so many things. When you work with a TBM, it's absolutely neat and clean environment. You go with a white suit and you will return with a white suit. It can never happen with NATM. With a gumboot and so many helmets and so many things, you will never return the same fashion. So there is a cost to it, but we have to see how we can bring down that thing. But we should not compromise on the name of the cost, what we achieve in terms of safety, quality, or environment, and the product delivery. So where we should work is, we'll come to the next. So this is the cost driver. So I request the industry to work on these cost drivers and to see why TBMs cannot be brought down. The cost of the TBM working cannot be brought down. As I think Mr. Mehra was telling, that we have to indigenize so many things. We will request the industry also. Or Mr. Paramasivan was telling that first TBM will come after 5 years. Why after 5 years? Why not in 2 years' time? What is needed? Ministry of Heavy Industries have already taken initiative. They have already identified TBM as one of the important item for manufacturing in India, increasing the indigenization content. So we have to work in a right direction. And the basic advantage of the safety, quality, and the progress, without compromising on that, how we can optimize the cost, that is where the challenge lies. That is where the context is. So we should not unnecessarily think of, that TBM is very costly. It has to be procured from the European nation. They take their own time in delivery. So we take into all these considerations and we have to start, we have to show some progress. So put some boomer and start with the work. But we don't see other aspects, the project as a whole. So that is where these cost drivers, I will request the industry to please take note of it and see how we can actually reduce the cost of TBM technology. Next. So broadly, it is a comparison. So when it comes to the cost, as I've said, the kind of mess we create wherever you go into a forest area, because people don't interact like urban transport in a conventional tunneling sites, where large areas for the lattice girder, for so many things, they will occupy a lot of spaces, and then they will leave it also like it, because nobody ensures that. And those things remain there for long durations. If we really take those positive externalities which TBM generates, you will find our TBM is cost comparable. It is not costly. Wherever it is costly, wherever foreigners or outsourcing is taking extra profit, we should indigenize the component and reduce those margins, whether it is original manufacturing cost or a consumable cost. So that is where we have to work with. Then only we can bring down the TBM cost comparable to the existing technology. And similarly, I think another issue which was highlighted by Colonel Parishit Mehra is about the E&M cost. He has rightly said it is not as complex as made out to be. I'm really happy to listen to you. That is where the challenge lies. After the USBRL project, I am getting 900 crores worth budgeting for the maintenance, and bulk of them goes to E&M maintenance. What for? Why E&M maintenance should be so costly? So we have to look for a life cycle cost of the E&M. Bring down the routine maintenance cost. Why can't we make such rugged engines and other systems so that it is maintenance free? Next. So what is the roadmap? Of course, these are the challenges and context we have set in. I think Mr. Paramasivan has rightly said about the tunnel dia. If you really want to improvise this technology of the TBM, I think one thing which we have to understand is the dia of the tunnel, which makes a lot of a difference. If today 5.6 or 6 meters excavation dia in the metro has become almost a standard and routine, you can use the new TBM, you can use the refurbished TBMs, and there is a industry derivative out of that. But in the Indian Railways, wherever we go, name of the geology and all those terrain concepts, the design of the lining, though we fixed based on our kinematic envelope, what is the finished dia required? But for the construction industry, it is not a finished dia. It is the outer dia, excavation dia, that matters. And that is where we do not fix. So what is the challenge is to fix the standard configuration, because in a long tunnel, Railway has already decided that the escape tunnel will be of same dia, like a main tunnel. That decision has already been taken. That means that for any long tunnel, you have to have two tunnels of the same dia. So at least one decision has been taken. Now they will be connected through a cross passages. So that kind of a configurations we have to standardize. The challenge is what should be the ideal length for this long tunnel. The long is 5 km, 2 km, 1 km. That is a question which is to be answered, and that will depend upon the economics. If you bring down the tunneling technology, TBM technology, at a reasonable level, even people will go for a 1 km tunnel through TBM. But if your cost continues to be high, people will break even at 5 km. So if you really want to proliferate this technology, you have to bring down the cost, as the length of the tunnel of more than 5 km individually will be much less in number, your scope will be reduced. But if you bring down the cost and you become viable at 1 km length, practically all tunnels will belong to you. So that is where the challenge lies. And then we have to standardize the outer dia. And we must absorb. I am seeing a lot many consultants and designers present here in the session. The challenge lies that you must fix the lining thickness, be it 300 or 400. And then see whether M30, M50, fiber reinforced, steel reinforcement, whatever you want to do, you must play with that 400, 300. You cannot have a luxury of changing from 250 to 500. That makes a lot of difference. So you must see all the geological and geotechnical investigations and variations of the strata should be absorbed in the design of the lining within the fixed thickness type. That is where the challenge lies. So you have to have a fixed thickness, and you have to design that thickness in such a manner that within the country, whatever geological variations, geotechnical variations are there, we should be able to absorb by choosing a right kind of strength of the concrete material and the reinforcement material. Within that, but the dimensions you cannot play with. That flexibility cannot be given to the designers. They have to work with the standard width of the maybe 50 millimeter here and there. You can say 300, 350 or 250, 300, something like that. But beyond 2 inches, I don't think that it is possible. I think Paramashivan Sahab can corroborate that outer dia to inner dia in a lining, how much variation you can permit in the lining thickness. No, that I am not talking, because the maximum, then the cost of the excavation will go high. I have to optimize. So you have to reduce the dia. Mining. So that is where industry has to deliberate and decide that this is the ideal thickness of the lining within which everybody has to work. I think Tunneling Association of India is also, Mr. Mittal is sitting here. So please take note of it. Talk to the industry, what they want. We don't want to be impractical. Then how many cross passages are required and what interval? Should we go for half a kilometer or a 400 meter or 300 meter? Because every cross passage distorts the geometry, apart from involving the cost. Then similarly in the railways, we have a trolley refuses. It used to be a system when post-trolley inspection used to be done on the face of a train, and then you have to physically take out the trolley. So you need the niches, recess. Most of the places it is being used by the bats, not by the trolleys. Are we going to build this cost for the bats? We have to see that what is the need of it. Why can't we use the cross passage per se as a trolley refuse? So we have to optimize the cross passage distances, which can also work as a trolley refuses. Then, as I have already said, E&M, tunnel ventilation, and extra low voltage systems. People have made these systems so complex, let me tell you. That is where the professional honesty is required. Let me tell you, if the industry as a whole and we as a whole are not able to simplify these 3 things, E&M, TVS and ELV, the running cost is abnormally high with respect to these things. This way, a simple one-time expenditure government is ready to do in the tunnel, which is bulk of the civil engineering. And thereafter with the BLT, etc., the regular maintenance cost is very low, let me tell you. But these 3 systems, which looks initially very fraction of the cost, almost similar cost is being incurred on a yearly basis. How it can be justified? This is where the challenge lies, if you can bring down all these things. So we intend to form a committee for this first ABCD item very soon. Railway is going to form a committee. Railway will invite the industry, the designers. I'll request and I make use of this forum to tell you all in advance, please work on these things, start thinking on these things. Very soon, under the DG Risen, maybe you will be called, maybe at Pune or at Delhi or at some other locations, I don't know. But my request to the industry is to please think over it. And then you also think how the scope 10x time of pace of tunneling can be done, what innovative ideas you have got. Then in a manufacturing, you have to bring down the cost and the O&M cost. So in case you have any suggestions, you are most welcome to send it to DG Risen as well as to the ministry. Both the emails have been given. So without wasting any more time, when the committee is going to be formed formally and formally they are going to deliberate and call you, you are free to give your suggestions right now. And with this collaboration, I hope that we are able to give an output of 160 kilometers per year of tunneling on Indian Railways, and that will change the entire ecosystem, the entire thought process, and lot many projects where people are taking a longer detour, this and that, you will find people will go straight away for the tunneling, and then your scope will go up, industry will grow, we will get the infrastructure at an early time, in our own time period, and will contribute to the Viksit Bharat. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. This was very, very enlightening. And the way you've showcased the opportunities for the private sector in tunnels and railways could only be seen by the number of cameras that started clicking the slide of the picture. But nobody has to worry because we will send all the presentation to you. Also, sir, we are very delighted to learn that the ministry is going to form a committee. We, through FICCI, through our Committee on Roads and Highway, led by Mr. Parma Sivan and Ms. Bhavani, we will also circulate these concerns and suggestions to our members and would also share our suggestions to your kind office. Thank you very much. Now I request Ms. Bhavani Koneru to kindly deliver the concluding remarks and vote of thanks, please.
Good morning, Sri Rajesh Agarwal, Additional Member Works, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, and Colonel Parikshit Mehra, Secretary, Tunnel and Safety, Government of Telangana, and Mr. Parmasivam, Chair, FICCI Committee, Roads and Highways, Managing Director, AFCON's Infrastructure, and all the industry leaders and the FICCI Committee members present over here. It's indeed a privilege to propose a vote of thanks at the 4th edition of Tunnel and Bridges Conference, Expanding Horizons in Engineering Excellence. I think the theme could not be more relevant as a country where we stand today, the scale of infrastructure development taking place across the country. The numbers are quite remarkable. Just now we saw Mr. Rajesh Agarwal talking about the railway tunnel projects which are coming up. It's mind-blowing. And with the 7 high-speed rail corridors which are planned, and even each of the state-wise number of road tunnels and water tunnels which has been planned. I think this 1,000 kilometer, if I add all that, it's going to be another 1,000, almost about 2,000. That means it will be 320 kilometers per year. How are we going to make it? Are we ready for it? And I think today's the theme, it easily echoes with the kind of infrastructure development what we have, and it's going to challenge each and every one of us as an industry expert. What is our readiness? Are we ready to take up these challenges? Like Mr. Rajesh Agarwal mentioned, to construct this kind of infrastructure with the highest of safety standards, highest of the quality standards, and in the time and cost, what is there in front of us? Safety, it's non-negotiable. Quality product, it's not for the sake of constructing infrastructure asset we constructed. The quality, it has to serve for the life it is intended for without having any kind of refurbishment afterwards. So first time right, if we created today an asset, can it serve the lifetime? without getting into any kind of rework or repair works afterwards. And developing country like India, we can't afford to have a fancy prices. Cost and time are going to be extremely important. And in this kind of challenges, when we have industry coming together and collaborating, using the technology, how fast we are able to adopt the technology, implement the technology, either it is automation or robotics, or starting from the basic principles, are we doing the right thing? Are we constructing the structures with the most optimum quantities, most optimum time period, and with the best of the construction methods? That is where the challenge lies. And that is where, as engineers, we can contribute to the society, as professionals, we can contribute to the society. And we are fortunate to have with us senior representatives from the government today, along with leaders from the experts from the industry, to help and set the context for these conversations. On behalf of FICCI, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to Sri Rajesh Agarwal, Additional Member, Railway Board, and Colonel Parikshit Mehra, Secretary, Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana, for graciously joining us this morning. Thank you for being with us today and sharing your perspective at the outset of what promises to be a very engaging day. We are also thankful to Honorable Minister of Roads and Transport and Highways, Sri Nitin Gadkariji, who will be joining the conference at the later part of the day today. The presence of policymakers, industry leaders, and infrastructure experts, technology providers today reflects not only the growing importance of tunnel and bridges infrastructure, but also the value of platforms such as FICCI in bringing government and industry together to exchange perspectives, share experience, and identify solutions for the sector. As there is certainly a lot to discuss, as projects become larger and more complex, issues such as project preparation, we discussed enough about geological and geotechnical risk, and contract conditions, framing of the contracts, standardization of the structures, safety, quality, timelines, coordination, all among all stakeholders, it becomes increasingly important. At the same time, technology is rapidly changing the way infrastructure is perceived. Like what we have mentioned, digitalization alone is not going to help us. What do we do with the data? Are we able to use the data intelligently to do the prediction? And are we able to achieve the required productivity? Are we able to use vision analytics or the data mining to predict risk which is going to happen before and control that risk from occurring? And what are the new materials, like recycling of the material? If we are talking about so many kilometers of tunnel, 2000 kilometers, imagine the volume of earth we are going to mine and dispose it of as a waste. Seriously, are we doing enough as a professionals? The good earth, we are dumping it in the dumping yards. Can we find a solution together how to reuse that material? Can we achieve that circular economy? So if these kind of wastages, if we create while working on creating the new and new infrastructure, one side infrastructure cost is going to cost us fortunes in this with the new technologies, and the wastages what we are generating out of this infrastructure, if we are not able to reuse them, then it is adding on to the cost, and it is going to pose a much bigger problem on where to find the dumping yards for all this material when we are taking out the material. So how do we use this material back into the construction so that this material is not disposed of and not taken into the wastage? So technology itself is not the answer. Real opportunity lies in bringing the technology, bringing new ideas and engineering expertise and collaboration together to address the challenges we face on the ground. While we say this, the skill set of the people, in fact, a month back, I was visiting Chittorgarh Fort. The tunnels which have been built 300, 400 years back, they're still intact. Why do we face issues today in the tunnel when we do it, whichever method we use? Why are we facing the safety issues? Why are we facing the quality issues? There's clearly ownership, lack of ownership, clearly lack of skill set of the people. So the training of people is going to be extremely important. It's not only for the engineers, the workmen who are working, the foremen who are working in the projects. So for tunneling, I can say proudly L&T has made one of its world-class tunneling academy wherein we train all our people. I can invite all of you to come and visit our tunneling academy. And of course, we are ready to train. Of course, it is at the cost, no free lunch over here, because anything comes free doesn't have value. It's not because we want to make money, but the moment you spend money and spend your time and come and take the training, that gives some kind of ownership and accountability to get back some returns from that. So this kind of, and I think Delhi Metro also has got similar kind of academy which they've started off late. So this training of the staff and the training of workmen is going to be extremely important. So this, while we need scale and speed, this, if skill set is not available to do it, so projects cannot be built overnight by anybody. We need the people. So that is going to be another most important thing which we need to focus. I'm sure this sessions lined up today will provide opportunity to explore all these questions and many other important questions. The discussions ahead will also look at how engineering excellence, technology advancements, and collective expertise can come together to shape the next generation of tunnel and bridge infrastructure in India. I'm confident that the deliberations and insights shared today will contribute to strengthening the ecosystem and support the development of future-ready infrastructure that enables India's next phase of connectivity. Before I conclude, on behalf of FICCI, let me extend my sincere thanks to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, delegates, and participants for being here and contributing to this important platform. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this significant event. I wish all of you a very engaging and productive conference, and I hope you to take back not just the new ideas and insights, but also new connections and opportunities for collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bhavani, for your remarks and for also graciously bringing these sessions to a close on behalf of all of us gathered here today. Before we move to the next session, may I request all our speakers on the dais to join for a group photograph, please. Thank you very much, dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no break. We will straight move on to our next session. I will just request everyone's cooperation for a couple of minutes while we quickly complete the housekeeping arrangements. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, focused on shaping tomorrow's infrastructure with a focus on policy, investments, and strategic partnerships for tunnel and bridges. The session will bring together policy, investment, and strategic partnerships that are shaping the future of tunnel and bridge infrastructure in the country. I am pleased to invite our distinguished speakers for the session to kindly join us on the dais, please. Mr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, Director Works, IRCON International. Mr. Atul Kumar Kankane, Executive Director, DMRC. Mr. Hargobind Singh Ranga, General Manager Civil, National Hydroelectric Power Corporation. Mr. Harpal Singh, Joint COO, Mega Engineering, and Mr. Sabyasachi Nayak, Vice President and Head, EDRC, RBF SBG, L&T Transportation. Our moderator for the session is Mr. Jagan Narayan Padmanabhan, Senior Director and Global Head, Transport, Logistics and Mobility, CRISIL Intelligence.
Thanks, Komal. May I request the panelists to come on stage? Audience, if you could settle down, that would be great. Yeah, thank you. Hello, sir. Yeah. Mr. Nayak and Mr. Ranga. Yeah. I actually wanted to start with Mr. Nayak, but I think he's outside. But, oh, he's back here. Yeah, so I think we had a very good, starting session. I'm told I'll be having about 40 minutes on hand to do this session. But what was quite interesting to note out here, maybe I should, actually I request people out here to move ahead. They're not, okay. Yeah, thanks. So what was interesting in the whole tunnels part of it is the kind of cross-sectoral impact it has, either you talk about hydro, you talk about roads and highways, you talk about railways, you talk about high-speed corridors. So the tunnel and bridges is cutting across all these segments. So the opportunity has been laid out very well, close to 2,000 kilometers to be constructed per year. Maybe I'll start with, with Mega Engineering person on how do you see the whole market landscape out here and what is the kind of, opportunity that you see from a private sector perspective in the overall, tunnels and the bridges part of it. Over to you, sir. One of you can take from the private side, either from the L&T side or from the Mega Engineering side. You can take. Yeah.
In terms of the scope,
yeah, the opportunity which is there.
The
yeah.
opportunities like Mr. Rajesh Agrawal did tell you that kind of opportunity is there in the railway sector. Apart from the tunnel, there is a huge amount of track development, high-speed rail, which is, and major thing is that dedicated freight corridor, TFCC, there's a large, big investments coming up on that line. So the scope probably is a 10x from what currently today is that it's a 10x what is going to happen in a couple of these things. We're talking about 2047, where we are now, for the road construction, we are stuck around 40 kilometers per day. So that could be, has to go as high as 120 kilometers per day. So a huge kind of investment is going to come on the road sector. So Yes, I'll put it on one word saying there's a 10x opportunity from now.
Excellent. So, getting Mr. Mishra into the conversation, so on the India part of it, this has been put across, this is the 10x. And we had a conversation yesterday that it's just not on India, the whole tunneling of, opportunity can move beyond the India shores, more in the Southeast Asia, look at Africa, so on and so forth. So what do you think is there as part of the overall, opportunity for the Indian companies who want to look at just beyond India as well? And what are the kind of issues, challenges, and policy-related support that you think needs to come in for us to look at beyond India in this space?
Thank you for posing this question, Jagan. The first session was, I see this opening session, a lot of the topics were covered, including business and technical part. I see the business, this session is particularly focused on the business related to the tunneling and all other technical part. Technical parts will be covered later on. But coming back to the question which you posed to me, is how Indian firms can do outside India and see this as a business opportunity. I see this question from two perspectives. One is the business as usual, an individual company going out and doing the business, bidding out, being successful, and then executing the project, bringing back the profit and staying married. But the second perspective is more important, is that we Indians, as such a huge nation, and with such a proven technical capability, we have proven in our software section, we have proven in other sectors, why not seeing this as an export of service, that we have established ourselves in delivering infrastructure. We delivered DMRC, we just heard, we delivered dedicated freight corridor. We are delivering many other mega infrastructure projects within the country. There are supports from the foreign nation, but why not we are treating this as a commercial package and to go outside the world and export this service as a whole. So these two perspectives for me is a very important aspect, coming from one individual company going as a export of service, infrastructure delivery service. But when I see this, I see there are three other angles to this. When I'm going this as an export of service business, the first one is the opportunity. We obviously have to look for the opportunities. And the opportunity, it will not come as a traditional opportunity when we are going as a low-cost contractor. We all have worked, Econ has worked in foreign countries, L&T has worked, I think Mega also has worked in other countries. But when we are going as a low-cost contractors, that is not the whole objective, and that will not give you the proper benefits. When we are going as a complete infrastructure solution provider, probably then we will get a bigger opportunity, and then we will be able to set more important value proposition to whichever landing country we are going. The second one is, if you are going to do this, there are several risks which we need to address right at the outset. And those risks, I have such a big infrastructure providers here like L&T, Mega, DMRC and all. We are very good at assessing the risk. We do it risk assessment for all our projects. But when we are going at a foreign country, some additional risks come. And my experience, Ircon's experience, and as a student, if I learn, we have missed some of the risk or miscalculated them. Unforeseen, fine, but we have miscalculated certain things, and probably that will affect the country. So, the whole proposition which we are proposing. The first one is the political and sovereign risk. If you are landing at a country, you must have a very good study or knowledge of the political and sovereign risk of that country. These are changing, but at least some deeper study has to be done when you are going there. We have missed, ERCON has missed in some of the countries. And I'm conveying that message and lesson to you all when you are going there. The second important part is to understand the taxation and the other financial or commercial customs of that country. Like we are very good at maths, we can assess this, we can have very nicely calculated our overheads, even profits, and then different taxes. But I have seen companies missing that from some of the countries, you cannot reappropriate your profits. You can't bring back money from that country. You cannot buy permanent assets in that country. So even if you're going to country X, you are earning and making huge profit. What you will do with that profit? Then why you work there? So this is the second thing, that your risk study has to be proper. And the third one is obviously I'll focus on the institutional support. When we are going as a complete infrastructure solution provider, we definitely need the institutional support. And for that, I'll seek the support from the different departments of the country and the nation as a whole. Like there are countries from where you will see that if that one from that country is bidding in a project in another country, no one else from that country will bid. I don't want to name those countries, but it's this kind of support that there will be from that country, only one bidder will come, and there's no competition between themselves. So they have to fight with the other one. So this kind of some support from all departments, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of External Affairs, the geopolitical support, all those if we provide, then obviously we'll be able to land up in a very nice way. So rather than company support, individual company support, it's a complete infrastructure support. I think that's the answer to your question.
Sure. So, and getting Mr. Singh in the conversation in terms of the complexity part of it, Mega Engineering is about to probably commission the Zojila tunnel and other, larger infra projects you have done in this whole tunnel space. So how do you see the whole risk allocation part of it? And we have talked about it in the morning also, between the client and the contractor. There has to be a proper risk sharing. So from your side, how have you seen this, and what kind of importance that you would give specifically in the tunnels part of it?
Fraternity in attendance, ladies and gentlemen. We are building Zojila tunnel at high altitude, 3000 meter to 3600 meter. Risk matrix is there, very, very clear. There are 5 or 6 pages about risk matrix between contractor and client. But every point is favoring client only. So there is no use of risk matrix or talking about such a topic when government keep everything to them. Everything we are responsible. My suggestion about such high altitude jobs in India, it should not be EPC contract. EPC contract means that people read lot of international and national codes, and they do not allow contractor even to move an inch. So it should be item rate contractor and client, National Highway Authority of India, NHIDCL, Border Roads Organization. They should take some responsibility. When they award contract on EPC mode, they take rest. Nothing, no participation at all, only monitoring. criticizing and writing letters. They hire consultants, 30, 40 peoples. Their job is only no monitoring, nothing else, only writing and throwing letters. So it should be only item rate contracts throughout country for such a high risk job. So this is my submission to the former speakers and people on the dais now, because most of them are holding government authorities. So government of India should change policies about this. Your next question is about, I would like to highlight something spoken about by member railway board. Kolkata Metro versus Delhi Metro. 16 kilometer by Kolkata Metro in last 25 years, and Delhi Metro, I think 350 kilometer. Now more than 400 meter. But geologically, Kolkata Metro and Delhi Metro are opposite. In Kolkata Metro, water table is 3 to 5 meter below. In Delhi Metro, it's 30 to 40 meter below. We cannot compare progress of one department to another department. There are other features why they performed in Delhi, why other agency did not perform in Kolkata. Rather, the speaker should have compared Kolkata Metro, Delhi Metro, and China metros. In China, I would say they became independent in 1949, we in 1947. We did hardly 800 kilometer railway tunnels in India. China built 67,000 kilometer tunneling after 49. So we should compare with our neighbors. We share at least 3,500 kilometer border with that country. And I'm very sure that they look different, their language is different, but we must have shared many, many values together. So something is wrong, not only with the skill set and will to work, something wrong is with the entire country. Opportunity, people talk, there are no dearth of opportunities. Viksit Bharat, government of India has a lot of money now, but who to do? इंस्पेक्टर्स की और जो काम करने वाले लोग हैं, उनकी रेशो ही इतनी बड़ी ज़्यादा है कि वो पूरा दिन किताब पढ़ के आके खड़े हो जाएंगे, काम ही नहीं करने देंगे. तो ये सारी चीज़ें गवर्नमेंट को देखनी पड़ेंगी, जिसको कोई डिस्कस ही नहीं करता. सिंपली डिस्कस करते हैं क्वालिटी सेफ्टी. कहाँ से क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी आएगी जब आपको एक ही गांव के लोग ये कहते हैं आके कि जी मेरे इलाके में ये टनल है, मेरे इलाके में ये डैम है और मेरे गांव के ही आदमी काम करेंगे. और वहाँ के एमएलए एमपी भी यही बोलते हैं कि भाई हमारे ही आदमी करेंगे. ऐसा ही अगर है तो हम लोगों की वहाँ क्या जरूरत है? आप 2-4 गांव के लोग इकट्ठे होके एक डैम बिल्ड करो और डैम बना दो. तो सेफ्टी, क्वालिटी, स्पीड suffers when government of India is not supporting contractors at site. There must be some message from Prime Minister of India office to every district headquarter. They should conduct a weekly, monthly meeting with contractors. Why contractor is not performing? Why there are so many accidents and all such things? So participation of government of India is today is nothing, only they are paying money to the contractor. And that also in most of the cases not on time. So entire nation has to change to go for Viksit Bharat 47, something like that. And slogans like in 25, $5 trillion economy. Now 26, I think we are less than $4 trillion.
No, understood, sir. I think your larger point is a part of it, but I think let us not
Any other question?
let us focus towards tunnels and bridges and
Yeah, yeah.
not go beyond our merit. I think the point you're trying to get across is more participative way of working.
Yes,
That's the point well taken. And in getting into NHPC, the whole part on hydropower development and then the kind of tunnels that is there. In fact, is one of the largest places where the tunnels is done. What has been the experience? What are the challenges that you face in terms of the execution of such projects?
Thank you, sir.
And is your experience any different
Yeah.
than we are talking on the roads and highways?
Of course. In case of hydropower projects, basically, a lot of tunneling is involved, underground tunneling is involved. The basic problem, what I have personally feel is lack of extensive investigation. In fact, at the time of preparation of DPRs, whatever parameters we are supposed to check, whatever investigation we are supposed to carry out, we don't carry it. So the strata or the geological condition what have been projected through DPR are not related to what we are encountering actually at the ground. So this is the major problem. We are projecting in say class 3 rock or class 2 rock, and we are encountering class 4 and 5 rocks. Throughout the entire Himalayan geological conditions are very poor. What we are encountering in Tista 6, recently an accident happened, encountering of methane gas. Next, what we have concluded our Subansri lower project 2000 megawatt, wherein 7 kilometer of tunneling has been carried out without any blasting, and it is carried out totally through the mechanical means, through road headers and twin cutters and all that. And there are many other projects wherein we are facing these poor geological conditions, formation of cavities, hydrostatic blastings, and encountering of methane gases and all that. So these all things are we have to establish at the stage of investigation only, so that we can plan our methodologies, we can plan our technicalities, technical expertise and all that. So this is the major reason for the time and cost overrun of hydropower projects, or in that case for any underground tunneling projects. So investigation is a major concern. Our geologist, I don't think if he has any geologist is here. So we have to put our more focus on in investigation, the technical capabilities available in India and the worldwide, of course. So we have to come up with the new technologies. We are carrying this TSP tunnel seismic predictions on all that. TSP is capable of guessing only next 100 to 150 meters of tunneling, and we, I don't think we are getting any benefit out of it. So this is a major concern. Then in case of cavity formation, we keep on tackling the cavities. Then we decide, say in case of Tista 5 recently, we have provided a steel liner over there. So steel liner, it accounts for cost as well as additional time. So, okay, sir. Sorry. So this is a major reason for. Another major reason is, of course, but Harpal sir has said is some local interference and all that. So that is second part. So what I have, my personal experience, one more personal experience for getting the time overrun. At the initial stage of a project, start of the project, in the initial say 6 months or say 1 year, contractor is not able to deploy the required resources in terms of manpower as well as in terms of equipment. So the project gets delayed at the initial stage only, and then all kind of letterbazi and everything and this is continued. So the basic recently we have discussed this matter with the Central Electricity Authority, and they said that they are in the process of finalizing some guidelines for investigation and to fix a certain amount of their project cost towards investigation actually. So these are some of the basic things what I personally feel. In Rangit 4, we are constructing our Rangit 4 project in Sikkim. We have a cavity formation. We are tackling it with since last it's 1 year or so, or our project got delayed. Similarly, in Tista 5, recently we have restored it. There was a cavity. We have provided steel liner and all that. Things get delayed. In case of Sibansri, since it was no blasting was involved, was allowed, so it was through mechanical means only. And tunnels of big size like 9 meter, 10 meter or so requires, they are not, cannot be completed within time through mechanical means. So some more tunnels are in pipeline with us, and we are planning it with TBM only, TBM with 9 meter diameter and even with 12 meter diameter. So we are exploring. In India, we have 9 meter diameter. So we are working in Pakaldal project of NHPC with 9.2 meter diameter of tunnel. But in one of our upcoming project, we need 12 meter of TBM. So we are exploring it. We are not able to get the 12 meter of TBM. So these are some of the things what we have observed in the one is investigation, availability of say required technology, TBM of course. TBM reduces a lot of safety concern and all that. So this is what my experience is, please.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good segue to get into Mr. Kakane on the, because sir just mentioned about 500 kilometers you've done on the 400, okay, 400 kilometers on the in DMRC. So two parts to it. One is the capacity building and knowledge transfer. How much of that has happened? Or that is one aspect, and we're seeing a lot more prospects going forward. So that is one. And second is that there is a budget proposal where about 200 crores has been set aside for local manufacturing, and that was talked about in the initial session as well. So how is that shaping up, and what are your thoughts on that? You have to press the thing. Yeah.
DMRC has created a large network of tunnels below Delhi, and it has got experience of NATM, creation of underground spaces in the form of stations, and TBM. As far as this technological training of manpower, lot of manpower has been trained, contractors have been trained in the tunneling, and initially in phase 1 of the DMRC, everyone was coming from outside. Even technicians for tunnel maintenance, all are coming from the manufacturer's site. Now we are having many things which we are doing indigenously here at India level. And even we have started refurbishing, India has started refurbishing of tunnel TBMs, and one is at Sri City, Robbins is also trying to come. So this is because of the large network created by DMRC in India for tunnels. And DMRC has also created one training facility in its academy, and we are in collaboration with the IIT BHU for award of MTech in tunneling and PhD in tunneling. So we are going ahead and trying to Indianize technological workforce in India, for which we were largely depending on the foreign experts. Regarding this manufacturing facilities and this 200 crore allocation for this CIA scheme, I will say that it should not be linked with the large scale manufacturing of the TBM. One TBM machine, manufacturing of TBM machine. Because TBM is not a one machine, it is subsystem of various machines. And it requires large investment. 200 crore is nothing. If somebody has to put a plant here, for putting a plant here, we should have assured demand, which we cannot predict right now. How much demand will be available? No industry leader will come and put his money where assured demand is not there. Second is technology transfer. We are not having a framework of all the technologies of TBM design and TBM manufacturing required for the plant. We will be depending on the foreign agencies for this. So this 200 crore should be used for selective Indianization of different parts, like cutter head. Right now it is 100% we are depending on a manufacturer because we don't have metal for that. Even if we put a manufacturing facility, then we have to import a component from outside. Similarly, shield, we are depending on outside only. We don't have everything available here. So we should identify what are the parts which can be manufactured in India, and selectively we should get the technology transfer for these items, and we should start manufacturing the various components which are required in TBM. Especially as a first step, we should go for consumable items which are required for maintenance of the TBM. Those should be fully Indianized, like cutting tools and small components. Those should not be from the import substitution. So in our policy framework, we should have some measurable outcome of technology transfer, that this portion you have to start manufacturing here in our contracts. Certain portion we can start manufacturing here. So we should not go for whole scale one TBM manufacturing facilities, and this should not be used as subsidy. We should be targeted towards certain components which we can manufacture here.
No, fair enough. It is going to take some long time to manufacture an entire TBM, and as you rightly mentioned, 200 crores is nothing if you have to look at a longer term part of it. Getting Mr. Nayak again to conversation, sir, on the overall, and this starting session talked about it, where digital twin, the use of technology, and also AI-driven design optimizations. A lot of, is it jargon? Is it what is the reality? How much of it are we being able to use? I'll come in the next question also, because we're running a bit short on time, on climate resilience, right? So what are the things that is happening from your side as a private sector? How are you looking at these new age parts of it? Over to you.
Yeah, good morning all. After those heavy tunnel sessions, probably a lighter question is now put on the digital engineering. I have three perspectives to articulate on this thing, that where do you stand today on this BIM, digital twin, AI in the design, optimization, also certain thing related to the construction. So let me take it first on the industry-wide, where do you stand? Industry-wide, if I consider BIM today, I think this is totally matured, and this all the industry major players do adopt BIM for their construction and design as well as for the execution. They use BIM at a quite a extent, and I'll say it has matured now. BIM. Uh, of course, there are certain projects where BIM is mandatory, so people have to do it. Or certain players do BIM even if it is not mandatory because they see the much benefit out of it. So BIM is more or less matured in the industry. Coming to digital twin, we are partly there as an industry. We are partly there. Many major projects we have structural health monitoring system, which is a part of the digital twin, not as a fully, because it only gives you the data, how it is behaving, and there is any threshold limit. Suppose it's a cable step bridge, it will tell you that how much load is there in the cable on the positive side and negative side. So there is a threshold limit. So there's some trigger comes out in from that bridges to say that this cable is highly stressed or not stressed. So that things comes up. But what actually happens when a load moves on that and how it behaves, that is what exactly the digital twin, which we are not able to crack as of now. So that is one area which, of course, should come from the authority or the owners to have a digital twin of the things, which is yet to take a shape of it. So we are yet to reach the digital twin, particularly on the large tunnels. We are receiving those data, but we are not able to actually get it integrated with the design. So that digital twin is little lacking the balance. In terms of AI, most of the design softwares today has got a kind of a app, kind of a plugins that is basically AI enabled. Most of those design softwares have raised up to their levels, and they are integrating AI into their design analysis. So I mean, I'll say AI in the design, at least partly it is there. Of course, it's endless, that development, the opportunities endless. There are many features that is going to come probably in the future phases. But in construction also, particularly in the construction, we as LT also has got our AI tools inbuilt in our ERP system, wherein a lot of questions and a lot of insights that comes out quickly from this whole system, like a spending analysis, a very simple thing. What individual company has got the individual way to see their expenditure and those things. So we are in our system, we have those kind of system which is inbuilt, developed in-house, and then we are using AI for analysis of the construction time. So that is where we stand in AI. Regarding the government push on all these things, is I'll say there's a tremendous amount of effort has gone from government side also to do this. Like BIM is a mandatory, and not now, quite a few years back, maybe a decade back also, this BIM and monitoring with the 4D and 5D are mandatory in the industry, pushed by the government in the part of the employee requirement. But unfortunately, it is just an item. It is an item in the total contract. Nobody goes into that. Even the government authorities are not interested to see that also. They say at the worst case, okay, if you don't do it, I'll discount that work from you. I mean, that was amount to pay me back. But the benefit of using the BIM and the 2D, 3D, and 4D are missed because of this. Although this is there in the government, all the tenders. Now, digital twin, I would request now that because anything that comes with the cost of digital twin, also if the government can introduce into the major projects where it's basically extension of structural health monitoring system, which is there in most of the large scale bridge projects, cable stayed bridges. So if they can extend more than in the digital twin, so that would be helpful for them, because this is because the contractor will not be there more than 20 years in this project, but beyond that, this is their property, and then they should have this digital twin, the model set up for the project. Now, for the structural health monitoring system, now it has become a trend, at least for last 3-4 years. All the major projects, including tunnels, are coming with those structural health monitoring system, where you get time to time how the structure is behaving, the stresses are under control or not, that is being done. One very good things that I would say that I don't know how many of are you aware is that now NHI is going ahead with a proposal. I mean, they are already in the market to develop a thread of a project right from DPR till maintenance. In there, all the stakeholders in the entire life cycle of the project will be on board on that particular portal, on that project. So DPR consultant, when they do this, DPR, entire thing is there in the portal. Then the EPC contractor or HAM contractor, they will come in the picture. So they have, so all the links are there so that nobody can say that what is thought process that time it is not known. Like if the DPR consultant has not understood some kind of a detour or a bypass, so it is a mistake of the DPR consultant which can be clearly seen from the thread. Today we have got completely lack of those information. So now government is putting everything under one thread. So at least near about 450 kilometers now they have started put on those things. Of course, a big push is happening on the data lake, which they are collecting the huge data and then putting it for people to use those things. So it's a big advantage for the industry as such. Now coming to L&T's perspective on this whole thing, so what is that? We have...
Sorry, we'll have about a couple of minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So for L&T's things that we also using AI, as you told, for the construction analysis, also majority of things that we're pushing on the safety. Like as you said, sometime in the tunnel, if there is a kind of a tunnel no-go area, so you have a vision analytics on which we can say that if there is any intrusion is happening there or not. So similar things are happening on the vision analytics, more push on the AI in the construction day-to-day operations also, we are into that. So these are the few areas where we, pushing it.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. I think we have kind of run out of time, but 1 minute, if there are any closing remarks by any of the panelists, if they want to make, happy to indulge on for 1 minute. Anybody from the panel?
One quick comment on Harpal. If I take the voice of Harpal coming from private sector, see, the private sector is not even ready to take the EPC risks. And when we are talking about the tunnels and bridges, it's nothing but the risk management. You have to properly address this risk during design and during construction. So the tussle of EPC and the risk transfer appropriately between employer and contractor will keep on going. But one good suggestion is that is to set the rule of the game right at the beginning in your tender documents. There's a FIDIC contract on the underground construction, and that talks about the geotechnical baseline report. DMRC is also using almost similar kind of thing. So in the contract document itself, certain geological conditions are mentioned. Anything above that is favorable or unfavorable to that baseline is being paid or compensated from the contractor. If that helps, I think more and more we need to go for this kind of risk acceptance rather than merely and aggressively transferring all those risks to the contractor. Probably this will help the industry, it will reduce the dispute, and it will also fast pace the construction.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for all the great insights given by the panelists. We conclude the first session now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, speakers. May I request the dignitaries to raise for a group photograph.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We will take a short administrative break to set the dais. Please kindly be seated. So our next session is a presentation session that will deal on engineering excellence, focusing on advanced technologies, digital construction, and geotechnical innovations for tunnels and bridges. So I would like to invite our distinguished presenters. So I would like to invite our speakers on the dais, Mr. Marcus, Head of Geotechnical and Tunnel Engineering Division, Bernard Group, JT GmbH. Dr. Gaurav Kumar, Business Unit Head, India and Middle East, SNF. Mr. Bhargav Jog, General Manager, Sales and Marketing, Dextra, India. Mr. Ajay Poddar, Managing Director, Synergy Environics Limited. Mr. Pankaj Roy, National Lead Specification, Sikka, India. I request all the presenters to kindly be on the dais. I would like all the delegates to be seated. We are going to start our next session. To begin with, I would like to invite Mr. Marcus for his presentation. And I would request all the speakers to be strict on the timeline as Honorable Minister is expected at any time. So please kindly adhere the timelines. Thank you. Mr. Marcus, please welcome.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Marcus, I'm from Bernard. Today I'm going to talk about more or less digital design and construction. I try to keep it as brief as possible because I know on the timeline. I want to thank all the speakers and panelists from before because they have raised very, very valuable points. I want to give now some insight on the part of the designers. Okay, and because we have heard today a lot about decision making, data collection, data available, etc. And we as designers, we know that decision makers need appropriate information and assessments to make their decisions. So if I can go to the next slide, please. Huh? Maybe Marcus, you can use that desk. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we all agree that an accurate design, or the aim of this structured digital information system, is that it supports an accurate designs, that we can get rid of any clashes, infringements, that we can increase the quality and the accuracy of the quantities, and in particular also the risk management, technically and financially. So within technically also the safety risk is applied, and to support the decision makers by all the valuable decision makers. And for us, I think it's important and imperative that we have one model developed through all the various project stages. So from the feasibility over DPR, S2S build, and for operation. I'm going to skip this one because I think we all know about the BIM itself. The problem we as designers face mostly is that we have very, very short timelines available to prepare all the documents required for the decision makers. In the table, I just made it, it's from a very recent project, from a DPR project, where you can see at the inception report after 2 weeks, no problem. But then after 5 weeks, there is the request for a draft feasibility report along with schedules and BOQ and cost estimates. I mean, within this 5 weeks, we as designers, we were meant to collect all the information from geology, do the investigations, do cost assessments, find alignment options, etc. within 5 weeks. And I hope we all agree that the alignment selection, in particular in tunneling, is one of the core early decisions for a successful execution, because the alignment versus any joint orientation, etc., and overburden, geology, whatever is there, that's the first key decision. If you take it right there, you already have halfway through of the construction, you already saved many risks, or you mitigated many risks. And so this limited time availability does not help, and such short time, they only compromise on quality and safety, but also take away the advantages of digital construction. So my submission is not so much towards digital construction, but what can be done within these short timelines. And I just picked out 2 examples. One is the digital ground model, one is the digital terrain model. Both things which probably is not within the core business of a tunnel designer, because it's factual information. A digital ground model is coming from investigation, it's factual information. We don't interpret, it's just factual. Same is the digital terrain model. So we all know we know the advantages, but it's to understand that to have this data ready at the time when decision making is required, probably this data needs to be collected in advance. And probably I'm speaking against my own business, but my humble submission would be to just probably the easiest solution would be empanel investigation firms, survey firms, etc. Okay, you already have the project idea. I'm now really going to just looking on a timeline. You as a client, you have the project idea right at the start. You know the area. You could already hire from an empanelment firms collecting data for digital ground model, for digital terrain model. So give the tunnel consultant who is actually preparing the base data for your decisions at the time of feasibility. They have this already available, and you have this data all available for the alignment options. Okay, and then when it comes to the detailed project report, those empaneled companies for the DGM and DTM, they can refine this model. They can work on that. So probably, yes, there's more parties involved, more coordination involved, but actually you get much more information for your decision making. And this is the submission I just want to make for for your consideration. And I know there's more increased coordination among all parties required, but in the end, I think overall construction will benefit. I wanted to talk a little bit longer, but considering the timeline, I kept it extremely short. Okay, so to give also all the other speakers some more time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lovely.
Thank you so much, Marcus. You were so strict to your timeline. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Gaurav Kumar, Business Unit Head, India and Middle East, SNF.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Vicky, for inviting us again here. I know that we have less time, but we will go quickly on this. In the beginning, today, earlier morning session, people were talking about many things, and I have tried my best to bring something which can help the industry. We will see something which is amazing here, but before that, I'll introduce my company, SNF, which is world's global leader in polymer. A lot of people were asking what is SNF and why we are here. SNF is a French company which is around 5 billion euro company and almost having more than 10,000 employees around the world. The company focuses huge on R&D. Our businesses throughout the world is based around water. So every business where you have water, we will have our expertise there. I think for some reason it's not working. It's working, okay. So I'll just share my markets so that we know what we are doing. So there are various industries around the world where we are present, not only tunneling, and some of the key products, what we do for tunneling is also mentioned. These products helps in designing tunnels, doing the job with the help of TBM more efficiently. I believe more than machines and engineer, chemical plays a vital role. And in construction, we have more than 52 types of chemical that is being used. And what we manufacture is also one of them. For the today's session, I have taken some insight which India needs in future, in upcoming future. And the idea is how polymers are helping in TBMs, in slurry management. We will cover something shortly, which I have basically broken into four parts rather. The first thing is the problem. What problem India is going to face now? The problem is India is entering into a slurry TBM boom right now. Why? We have a lot of mega projects being announced. Now the minister will come and he will also announce multiple projects and the forecast in the future. So we will have many projects. And that's where the problem will start coming. When the machines comes in, it takes years for them to build. And then when we are trying to work on these machines, to keep them running all time is a challenge. One of the biggest cost or hidden cost with a slurry TBM machine, which is happening right now in India, is enormously separating them from solid waste. The bentonite that is utilized need to be separated out when you are doing a slurry TBM. More than that, in the morning, somebody was talking about how do you manage the mud that comes out, the wet mud that comes out. So we designed a product which helps in managing that mud very well and efficiently and cutting down the carbon footprint. We understand that a slurry TBM works in a loophole. I mean, this is the mixed thing. It continuously works on them. So that is the idea. There is a lot of small time error where we can work on this area. We understand that slurry TBM has something called STP plant. These STP plants are the kidneys of TBM, which continuously purify or rather clean the slurry that comes out of the machine. And that is where one of the challenges, if it stops, the machine stops. To do it efficiently, we need to understand what is slurry TBM. I mean, I will just go on the number 4 point where we use filter press directly. In a mechanical separation, filter press cannot rather have a lot of challenges when they're trying to remove fine cells out of a tunneling system. And that is where the polymers comes in picture. So, I mean, this is something where the polymers is. Without polymer, you can see your slurry like this, very muddy, very dirty, with a lot of fines and silt. But the moment polymers are introduced or coagulants are introduced in this, it settles down. It purifies everything out and helps in recycling very well. The water goes back and everything the filter cakes become very efficient. We will just understand the chemistry behind this. When a flock is opened up, negative charge ions are, I mean, I'm not going to be very technical, it's very simple. So we unstabilize flocks by the help of colloids by the help of polymers. The moment it gets unstabilized, the microflocks are formed. Once the microflocks are formed, the binding breaks up, and that's where it comes in. It breaks down in small flocks, and the water separates out completely. This is the science that goes behind it. It's the chemistry that go behind it. I think I have a small video which we'll see. The moment what I was trying to explain you, the moment you put polymers, it start coagulating immediately, and you can see everything becomes a small flock. The water separates out. So yeah, that's the chemistry, that's how it works. We used it and we did a lot of technical training in this. We understand and we did a lot of research on that. And what we figured out in many research that in terms of traditional mineral-based coagulants like lime, which people use, polymers works massively, has a huge advantage on that. Very huge advantage. You are cutting down a lot of cost, a lot of carbon footprint just by adding a little bit of polymer in your project. I mean, this is something which will help us to understand. So I have just figured it, I have put it here. So understand what we happen. The most important thing is dried filter cake, which is the most important thing while you transport these out of any tunneling system. So this helps vitally. I mean, this is something to understand that from an STP, we are becoming a carbon ledger. Why? Because we are going to save a lot of carbons. Every company who is working in tunneling has a responsibility. And this is one of the products that can change the whole game immediately. I mean, this is just an idea though. How do you select the right polymers partner to work on any project? As TBMs are designed for the project, polymers are also designed for the product. The second chapter is some case studies, which will help you to understand that this is globally been used. We have used the same product in HS2 project in UK, which is one of the largest high-speed rail network in United Kingdom right now, between London to Birmingham, where almost 32 kilometers of tunneling was done. And in that tunneling, more than 2.7 million hectares of earth was removed. And we utilized a lot of polymer in this. And when we use polymer that is highlighted in the blue, you can see the efficiency that has increased drastically. Without, before, and when the moment you start using it, we get huge amount of water filtrate that comes out when we are using this kind of method. 100% coagulants were used, no lime were used, and it paid off the contractors. Contractors saved a lot of land that was going for landfill. So this was a big thing in UK, and it is all across the world. The company which had their STP plant was MS, a French company which has partnered there to work on this contract. Similar way, we worked on an I-64 expansion project in US, where the same kind of methodology was used. 5-kilometer tunnels were used, and 1.4 million tons of earth was removed, and everything worked with the help of polymers. The third one is in the Sydney, where we use the same type of methodology, and some data are here in front of you when you are using in sand ground conditions and different ground conditions, how polymers are helping, which is in blue. Same way with when we are adding more of bentonite, again, the results are there. In summary, what I understand is that we are having a high amount of filtrate of water which is coming out, maximum advantage that is coming out from any tunneling project. These are the list of the project around the world where this kind of technology is being used. So why I am trying to tell you here in India? Because that is the next chapter. The next chapter is Mumbai High-Speed Rail Corridor, where a lot of people in this room may be working on that project. Right now, India is building its first high-speed rail, and we are tunneling in Mumbai under Thane Creek. This project is one of the toughest in terms of geology, in terms of route, in terms of dimensions, in terms of depth. Everything makes it very difficult, especially the ecology. The challenges, what people are going to face here, or high-speed rail corridor people are going to face here, is managing all the amount of mud that is going to be excavated in those slurry TBM which are utilized. I understand from AFCONs, those tunnel TBM machines have been deployed there. The challenges were, what we find is, first is the Flamingo area, the Flamingo Sanctuary which is there, and it is ecologically reserved forest. That is the reason why TBM was proposed there. So something which need to be known. The second challenge is what they will face in Mumbai city is managing those kind of what. There is no land. We all know that there is no spare land for anywhere to dump anything. So how do you manage that? And that is the cost. And the more number of trucks goes on, more carbon footprint goes up, and it is a circular thing that is always going on. We talk in every conference, so but we have a solution for that. We understand one of the most complex things that is going to happen there is fine particles. When we are trying to do a tunneling at 114 meter down, which is in proposed when we are going to work in a marine clay kind of a condition, the fine particles are going to choke STP plants drastically, and that is where the coagulants or polymers comes in picture. This is something which high-speed rail corridor should adapt, and that is what we propose here, to understand how polymers every day can help to make their job efficiently, put it on time. And I understand from many reports that we have a timeline by 15th of August 2027, government wants to announce this, or rather being in operations. So everybody is running against the time here. The case study is very clear. When you are using a polymer, we get advantage, lot of advantage. And polymer is not an add-on cost. It is something which is making slurry TBM work efficiently. In the morning today, we spoke about a lot of cost, but this is something which will change the game. And it will make India a case study itself to move ahead, how India manage their own TBMs. And thank you for being patient with me. You can ask any question and you can scan the QR. I am available for any call. Thank you. I have on the time. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Gauravji. Now may I invite Mr. Bhargav Jog, General Manager, Sales and Marketing, Dextra.
Thank you and good afternoon to all. Considering the paucity of time, I earlier thought of adding a lot of other products which could add value to tunnels and bridges, but I think I'll go straight away to the today's main topic. Just to introduce you, these are already very popular products. You might be already seeing in all major infrastructure projects. People nowadays they use couplers. It may be for in situ construction, maybe for precast, maybe for repairs and retrofits. Typically, let us talk about sustainability. We discussed a lot about how project productivity could be improved. So I'll come to straight away a topic of our discussion, which is glass fiber reinforced polymer and its application into mainly infrastructure projects, which is majorly including tunneling and bridges projects. Some of you might be already using it, GFRP, but just to introduce, it is essentially made up of two major constituents, which is nothing but a fiber and resin. By weight ratio, if you see, it is essentially around 80% of fiber, 20% of resin. Again, in fibers, you have got various options, glass fiber, carbon fiber, we have got more options also available. But considering our typical construction scenario, more than 90%, 95% of our applications, they are well served by the glass fiber. And resin is something which is like a binding element which holds all the fiber elements together. If the picture what you see on the extreme right hand side, this is how the structure looks like, and this is how the load is transferred from one fiber element to another fiber element. The way epoxy protects the steel in case of steel applications, similarly resin also protects the fiber. This is just for the overall understanding. The typical rebar profile, the product profile what are available in the market, they look like this. This is in the form of circular shape, and there is another version available which is mainly used for the tunneling application in the form of rock bolts, where the additional activity in the form of threading is performed. Now, on a global level or a very broad level, there are some distinct advantages when we compare GFRP with the steel. First thing first, it has an excellent cuttability. And that is the reason you might have seen for almost more than 20 years now, especially for the TBM tunnels, people use GFRP in the form of reinforcement, where for the TBM tunnel, it's very easy to penetrate the GFRP instead of steel. It's very lightweight because of the 1/4 of the density. So carrying the GFRP products at the site, movement, transportation becomes very easy. Tensile strength is much better. We are talking of almost double the tensile strength when we are comparing GFRP rebar versus steel rebars. And the biggest benefit comes from the longevity or durability, where it is totally corrosion resistance. Of course, there are some other benefits in the form of electrically non-conductive, thermal non-conductive. This is mainly to cater to some medical applications or railway applications. Always people ask, typically in India, we always worried about, are there any codal guidelines available? Yes, from earlier it was not there. It was mainly governed by ACF 440. But from December 2023, we have got our own BIS codes, 18255, 18256. It is mainly for method of test and technical specifications. And what I understand from BIS is very soon the design could also be coming. But this is mainly covering the GFRP rebars. It is not there for rock bolts, anchors, and other applications. Let us understand some of the mechanical properties, fundamental properties which govern the application or design of this product. Whenever we compare with the GFRP with the steel, we have to understand the behavior of the GFRP is fundamentally very different. Unlike steel, where you typically see the curve, what you see in the red, there would be some necking, there would be some indication of failure, and then eventually it will go to the failure. That doesn't happen in the case of GFRP. Having said that, because you can see the modulus of elasticity is almost 1/4 compared to the steel. Having said that, at what value it breaks, that gives you a sufficient leverage when you do the design with the GFRP, and these are some of the factor of safeties which are considered when you use GFRP in your product. Another important characteristics is how it performs in terms of bonding. So again, there are several tests performed nationally, internationally, and the behavior of the GFRP in compared to the steel in bonding is much better. It is typically 3.5 versus 10.5. One of the figure I have just put it here just to give you some idea. It gives a more than 13.8 value in bonding. Now, this is another important case. I earlier explained about the soft tie, that it has excellent cuttability. Even you can cut it GFRP with the saw at site. Now, this is one of the advantages, but at the same time, somehow this also leads to a misconception that GFRP is weak in shear, which is not technically 100% true. So this is why I specifically put this slide to explain. When you use GFRP alone, or rather GFRP bar versus steel bar, 1-to-1 comparison, the strength would be almost 40% compared to the steel. But when you use GFRP along with the grout as a system, the system behaves totally differently. It's the surrounding material grout which crushes first. We call it as a dowel effect, and then ultimately GFRP reaches to the failure. So this is just to show you some actual tests done. The central figure, what you see is a 45 dia PVC pipe where originally GFRP bar was placed at the centric. And if you see the right hand side figure, it is little eccentric after the test. What I was saying about the Dowell effect, it is not the direct bar which fails, it's the surrounding material which fails first, and then ultimately bar will fail. What it means in terms of numerical failure, the average shear capacity of the GFRP, when you use along with the grout as a system, it is still good. It is still 367 of MPa. It may not match the steel, but it is not for 60% away, it is 25% away. So that's why doing the design with the GFRP, considering all these factors and some factor of safety is very important. This is the typical shear capacity in the worst extreme condition when we are talking about 90-degree angle. At all other angles, when you are using other than 90 degree, 45, 50, more tensile contribution comes to the picture, and there it overpowers the steel capacity, and you see the values of even 900, 950 MPa. That's the benefit we have seen. We discussed about lightweight. Yes, you can see the comparison compared to the steel, 11,000 meters of steel versus 11,000 meters of GFRP. Your handling, transportation becomes exceptionally easy because of the density difference and the weight difference. And you can see the same diameter, almost 1/4 of the weight, but carrying more capacity. So that's the benefit. There were definitely studies conducted from the economic point of view, because it's ultimately the people who are working at the tunnel. For them, it should make their life easy because of the lightweight. The handling becomes and the installation becomes very easy. No major machineries are required. Since morning, we discussed a lot about the sustainability, carbon footprint. So here also, I think it has one upper score. It is the EPD. EPD stands for Environmental Product Declaration. So GFRP definitely has almost 60 to 70% less CO2 footprint or CO2 emission compared to the steel. Typically, it takes around 1.5 to 1.8 metric ton of CO2 emission for steel. For GFRP, it's around 500, 700 degrees Celsius. Until now, whatever properties we saw, they are all same, whether you use GFRP for temporary application or permanent application. What I mean by temporary application, it has a very limited life, maybe 2 years, 5 years. Permanent application is where we talk about 70 years, 100 years, and beyond 100 years. So what differentiates this temporary and permanent application are the long-term properties, which I am going to show you now. Thanks to ACF 440, and maybe hopefully our BIS code will also cover that, we have got a creep test, which basically decides the GFRP testing for 100 years and beyond. I'll just explain this graph. On the x-hand side, you have got the time. This is a logarithmic scale. So 10 raised to 1, 10 raised to 2, they typically indicate the times. And on the y-axis, you have got the forces. The designers would be interested into 10 raised to 6. 10 raised to 6 on the x-axis represents 1 million hours. 1 million hours is 114 years. Corresponding value of 114 years, if you see on the y-axis, it is between 50 and 60%, to be precise, 53.4%. This essentially means that as long as you are not exceeding the 53.4% of the UTS for GFRP, this is not going to fail for 114 years. This is a simple interpretation of that. Similar tests were conducted for alkali resistance, because this is also very useful in the marine environment where the corrosion is the biggest issue. So accelerated aging test, again thanks to ACF 440, are conducted. So there also minimum strength retention expected is 80%, and more or less almost all GFRP you would see they have more than 80% strength retention. These are some of the very popular product forms available in the market. Rock bolts for Natum tunnels mainly, anchors for underground metro stations, soil nail for slope stabilization, and GFRP rebar right now, which is mainly allowed for non-structural applications. But other forms, soil nails, rock bolts, and anchors are extensively used for all infrastructure projects. These are some of the applications just to indicate you how it can be used. So this is the application of GFRP rebar for flat work applications, mainly slab at grade, non-structural walls, compound walls, all those kinds of application. This is GFRP soil nails for slope stabilization. Since we are in Delhi now, it's very good. If you see the DMRC now, almost all underground metro station, top, bottom up under stations, it is properly defined in the tender itself. They extensively use GFRP anchors. No more PT stands because encroachment in the neighboring property, all those risks are not there. This is a temporary application of GFRP. I think most of us are well aware about this. But what is really game changing is nowadays for the Natum tunnels is using GFRP permanent bolts inside the tunnel. What essentially happens, I'll show you one case study why I'm saying this is a game changer. I have one case study to explain here, but just to understand, this is used in the Natum tunnels. This is one of the biggest cavern. Again, I had several such applications example, but because of paucity of time, I'll just cover this one. This is the biggest cavern project in the UAE. You can make out from the sizing, 20 meter by 25 meter by 16 kilometer long. By the time project was finished, I think they had used more than 7 lakh rock bolts, all 100% GFRP. No single steel bolts were being used. This is actual site photograph from the UAE site. This is the project I was talking about. One of the interesting application in India. This is Delhi-Mumbai Expressway tunnel at Kota, which Dilip Bilkon had executed. Here they had used permanent GFRP bolt, which I was explaining earlier, inside the tunnel as a primary reinforcement. And the biggest benefit here is typically all those are experts from the tunnel. They will know that typically we do primary lining, we use bolts, we use secondary lining. The purpose of secondary lining is because we know at some point of time steel bolts are going to corrode, so the loads are entirely going to pass to the secondary lining. What essentially it was done here was using GFRP bolt in place of steel SN bolts. Actually, the secondary lining thickness was optimized from 450 mm to 250 mm. This actually resulted in more than 60,000 cubic meter of concrete saving. You can imagine the size overall project saving into this. So that's a thing I wanted to highlight. This is just the statistics. Some of the upcoming interesting applications, even for TBM, they are using it now in the precast sections. No challenges. People always ask for the people at site, are there any challenges? No, there are no challenges. Testing equipment is same. One demerit, however, it can't be bent at site. So for the rebars, yes, you'll have to define it the BBS and it has to be manufactured in the shop. Again, I take this opportunity. This is one of our manufacturing facility. Those who are interested, please most welcome. We are happy to show you the actual manufacturing of GFRP. Adoption of this material is very much yes. Earlier it was not there, but now central government agencies, NHI, NHIDCL, Indian Railways has accepted this. State governments, private players are also using it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhargav. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ajay Poddar, Managing Director, Synergy Environics Limited.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I intend to stick to my time. We have been talking since the morning about the importance of safety in bridges and in tunnels, because in tunnels you can't see what is happening under the ground. And Colonel Parikshit also talked about the life cycle of what are the life cycles that we are designing for. So one of the factors which I think most of you in the audience would not have heard of is geopathic stress. Can you put up your hands? Anybody who's heard about it? Nobody. Okay. So that's a good beginning. So geopathic stress is a natural distortion of the Earth's energy, and it occupies about 20% of the Earth's surface. And many of the accidents, we've been working on this since 2007. So it's close to 20 years. And we've covered more than about 250 infrastructure projects, which includes bridges, tunnels, and things like that. So this is a very important safety framework. So we look at all, sorry, skip one more. We look at all this. We look at fire safety, we look at electrical safety, we look at structural safety, we look at occupational safety, but we don't look at subsurface environmental safety. The ancient name for this in India was Bhumi Dosh. And whether you are convent school educated or anything, you understand the sense of that there is a distortion in the Earth's energies. So these, fortunately now, since the 40s, we don't know what is the thing which they use for ancient structures. There would have been methods, but since the 40s in Germany, there's a Dr. Hartmann. So he discovered these grid lines, and also there are certain zones, and there were frequencies and wavelengths for this. So there's a way to map it, there's a way to measure it, and that's what we do. We do an impact assessment, and like Chanakya said, Agyat Shaktru se bacho. What is invisible is the most dangerous. So this is invisible, and that's why we don't take care of it. So just to give you a sense, these are the kind of geopathic stresses we are talking about. There are underground water streams. So there are cavities under the Earth's surface where the Earth's magnetic flow comes in, it gets distorted. there are geological fissures, and there are mineral concentrations, like you could have iron ore concentrations, you could have coal concentrations. But the most important thing is we look at the geopathic stress lines, which are also called Hartmann lines, which is what we measure. So we have done more than about 3,500 projects so far. But we have taken the data from 23 industrial projects, which include refineries, which include steel plants, power plants, and 21 major infrastructure projects. One of the marquee projects we did was the Chenab Bridge, and we are doing many others, a lot of metro rail sections, a lot of jetties. So this is the data that this is a proven correlation between the critical structural issues like accidents, like structural reliability, cracks, and also for machinery. And the post correction, we have a technology by which we correct these without moving them. Of course, it is good to do it in the planning stages, do a survey of the land, impact assessment, and then design accordingly. But since it is not part of the design, we have had to do it post construction or during construction. And this is the data. Now, just to give you a perspective, we don't do fire safety because we think there's going to be a fire. It is a SOP, it is a standard operating procedure. This is the data of what we have spent on fire safety, 156 lakh crores in the last year, 25. And this is the correction cost of the geopathic stress which we are talking about. The risk that is coming out from the data worldwide is that the risk from geopathic stress is 20 times more than fire safety. And you can see what is the cost. The cost is 1%. So, okay, I'll just finish up. So this is the thing. We do it because of reliability and all these things. And what is the workforce? The lower fatigue. It's very important for people so that people's reaction time is not more and they can do it. And this is what we do, new buildings, existing buildings, and the industry forum. We should have it as an SOP. We should indicate, we can have trainings on this, we can have awareness, and this is what we should do. The minister has come, so I'll just end my presentation. And this is what we've done so far. And this is what we say about safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Podarji. I would request all of you, the minister is downstairs. I would request all of you to kindly remain seated. I request the speakers to please stand up for a group photograph. I understand one speaker presentation is left, but we will accommodate it in the next session. The security team is here. They'll just a quick run through on the security clearance. I am requesting my administrative team to please do the hospitality arrangement. I request all the speakers on the dais to kindly take their seats. A humble request to all our speakers and delegates to kindly keep their phone on silent mode. The Honorable Minister is on his way to the third floor. We request all, again, at the cost of repetition, please keep your phone on silent as we welcome the Honorable Minister for a special session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move towards the session we all have been waiting for since morning, a special session with the Honorable Minister. Please welcome him with folded hands and a round of applause. We are so honored to have with us today Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, joining us for the 4th edition of Tunnels and Bridges Conference. Before we start the special session, may I kindly invite Mr. Parmasivan, our Chairman for the Roads and Highway Committee, to kindly present a green certificate to the Honorable Minister. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the plants that FICCI will lay foundation to in the name of the Honorable Minister. Before any further ado, I will now request Mr. Parmasivan, our Chairman, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Respected Gadkari ji, my dear colleagues on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to welcome Sri Nitin Gadkari ji to the 4th edition of Tunnels and Bridges Conference. Sir, thank you for taking your valuable time to be with us today. Indeed, we are extremely grateful to have with us a leader with great ideas and innovative approach. So under your visionary leadership, sir, the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has redefined what pace and ambition mean for India's infrastructure. We have not only expanded our highway and tunneling network at a scale the country has never seen before, we have also shown time and again a willingness to listen to the industry that builds alongside you. The ministry's recent move to strengthen the process of DPR consultant selection, weighing it more heavily towards quality and performance rather than the lowest cost alone, is one such example, and industry has long asked for exactly this kind of change. In fact, today, too many tunnels we find the collapses and other thing. Gadkari साहब का period में Mumbai Pune expressway हुआ, and even today there is no collapse, nothing of that tunnel after nearly 30 years, I would say. That's something that means there is a system in place, there is the quality check, the right contractor selection, all those. That is something which that was during his days as Maharashtra as a PWD minister that time, where the 55 bridges in the city, Mumbai-Pune expressway, many such development took place. India continues to remain the fastest growing major economy in the world, driven by sustained reforms, infrastructure expansion, digital transformation, manufacturing growth, and a strong focus on innovation under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. India's vision of becoming developed nation by 2047 is creating an unprecedented opportunity across sectors, and we are witnessing major investments across highways, railways, metros, and strategic corridors. Sir, as an industry body that works closely with the ministry, we would like to use this opportunity to place before you a few areas that we believe deserve your continued attention. The first issue builds on the point I made a moment ago about DPR consultant selection. We believe the same principle should apply even more strongly to the construction contracts that follow. We are all aware of the quality issues of varying severity that are being reported with increasing frequency. Today, the predominant method for awarding these contracts remains L1, the lowest bid. And we are seeing projects being bid 20% below the estimated cost and sometimes considerably more. At such levels, there can be significant pressure on the commercial viability of the project, which can ultimately affect the quality and manner of execution. And many projects which we participate internationally has got a significant technical weightage. Many projects has got 70% technical, 30% commercial. Some projects 50-50, 60-40, like technical is given a far higher weightage than commercial. That is something which is internationally an adopted practice in many places. We believe in India, this needs two-part response. In the near term, pre-qualification criteria could be strengthened further so that bidders demonstrate genuine financial capability and proven execution track record. And if you take, for example, in places like Himalayas and all, high altitude region, the traditional contractors will find it difficult to work. Those who have worked in high altitude contract and exposure to those contracts, they would find it probably they are exposed already for a few years. They will be in a position to do it slightly better than the other contractor, and which could avoid delays and other things in the process. We can look at that in the pre-qualification. In our view, from the FICCI, bids that are substantially below the estimate, say 20% or more, in our view, should be fully rejected. Because NHA has got, or MORTH has got an established system of cost estimates. In fact, many other state bodies are also referring to MORTH for cost verification. Under the circumstances, bids coming below 20% should be outrightly rejected. Bids below 10 to 20% can have between 10 to 15%, 15 to 20% can have an additional performance bank guarantee for them to provide, so that the cost estimate, there is some justification. And also it will ensure projects are delivered on time with the right quality. That is something I think we should be in a position to implement it. If at all any ministry can introduce first, it will be SAB's ministry. More importantly, the finance ministry and more already have provisions for quality cum based selection, quality cum cost based selection, QCBS, in works procurement. However, it has found little meaningful use in practice. We would urge the ministry to adopt QCBS as a preferred method for complex projects and those above 1,000 crores, which technical parameters carrying real weight, say 70 to 80%, alongside price. The objective should be to select a contractor with the capability to successfully deliver the project rather than simply the contractor who quotes the lowest price. The second issue is land acquisition and site readiness. Increasingly, EPC contracts in projects being implemented by various state governments and other project authorities place significant responsibility for land acquisition, handing over encumbrance-free land, and obtaining approvals involving multiple stakeholders within the contractor's scope. Contractors are equipped to manage construction risk, but they are not always in a position to resolve matters involving multiple landowners, government departments, and other authorities. These responsibilities are generally better managed by the project authority, which has the institutional mechanism to coordinate such stakeholders. There is therefore need to relook at this approach, particularly where delays in land acquisition or approvals are outside the contractor's control, so that the associated time and cost risks are not automatically transferred to the contractor. The third concern risk is geologically challenging terrain, such as the Himalayas. Even with the best consultants and the most carefully prepared DPR, actual ground conditions in Himalayan tunneling can and do vary materially from what was projected. Better DPRs can narrow the range of uncertainty, but some genuine uncertainty will always remain in such terrains. Our contracts, therefore, need to recognize this, though item rate provisions are equivalent mechanism within EPC contracts that allow verified geological variations to be measured and fairly compensated, including their time impact. The fairness needs to hold in practice as well as in principle. Today, the process for assessing and paying the variations and for granting extension of time where delays are genuinely beyond the contractor's control can be slow and document heavy, leaving contractors carrying the cash flow burden for work already executed, sometimes for months or years. Clearer timelines, standardized documentation, and objective criteria for assessing variations and delay would make a real difference here. The fourth concern, how we resolve disputes when despite everyone's best efforts, they do arise. We are aware of Ministry of Finance June 24 guideline steering public procurement away from the arbitration towards mediation for disputes above 10 crore rupees, and that this ministry too has moved in the step with them. But even before Finance Ministry's guideline, this is the only ministry where we have the conciliation mechanism, which was effective, I would put it. There are conciliation mechanisms in many places, but in NHA conciliation, there are 3 different conciliation councils, which are very effective, thanks to the minister. We understand the concerns that prompted this, including difficult experience with arbitral affronts and the desire to avoid arbitration clauses becoming routine or automatic. But on the one side, India wants to become a center for arbitration. On the other side, we don't want to have arbitration clause in our contracts. It's a big dichotomy. So, arbitration remains as an internationally accepted mechanism for dispute resolution, precisely because it can bring technical expertise and the speed that ordinary litigation cannot. The alternative for contractor and employer alike is often years, sometimes decades or more, in an already overburdened court system. As India's infrastructure program scales to a size the world has rarely seen, we would respectfully urge that the answer lies in strengthening how the arbitration is conducted through institutional arbitration, careful arbitrage selection, and time-bound procedure rather than stepping away from it. Sir, we raise these points not as a criticism or this, but in the spirit of partnership. The pace and scale of India's infrastructure development have created opportunities of a magnitude that the industry could not have imagined a decade ago. Our objective is to ensure that the frameworks governing these projects evolve with the scale and complexity of the infrastructure being built. Government and industry need to work together to find practical solutions, improve processes, and create an environment where projects can be delivered efficiently and responsibly. It is against this backdrop that today's conference assumes particular significance. Through focused discussion on policy, investment, engineering innovation, digital construction, sustainability, safety, and project delivery, the conference seeks to facilitate meaningful dialogue and identify practical solutions for strengthening India's tunnel and bridge ecosystem. If we can combine India's infrastructure ambition with the right technology, strong engineering capabilities, quality project preparation, and close collaboration across the industry, I am confident that we can create a world-class tunnel and bridge network for the country. At FICCI, we remain dedicated to fostering collaboration between the private and government sector, bolstering initiatives and goals set forth by the Government of India. This commitment contributes to India's vision of achieving economic, infrastructural, and comprehensive development from an industrial standpoint. With that, I once again welcome you, sir, the Honorable Minister, for the 4th edition of the Tunnels and Bridges Conference. Thank you all. I wish the conference a grand success.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the kind welcome and insightful remarks. Keeping in mind the importance of knowledge in the sector, FICCI, in partnership with CRISIL, has prepared a report on shaping tomorrow's connectivity innovations in tunnel and bridge infrastructure. We have a request to the Honorable Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, to kindly release the report. I also request the other dignitaries on the dais to join us for the report launch. I'm inviting Mr. Jagan Narayan Padmanan, who and his team has worked on this report, to kindly join the dais for the report release. Ladies and gentlemen, at FICCI, we hold knowledge in the highest regard. We recognize the value of learning from the past, drawing lessons that shape our strategies for the future. Through this knowledge partner and report, FICCI strives to empower businesses and contribute to the growth and success. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now is the time we all have been waiting for since the morning. And I request the Honorable Minister to kindly deliver the keynote address. I request the Honorable Minister for his keynote address, please.
Respectable Paramashivan ji, respectable Mr. Anand Swarup ji, Nirja ji, all respectable dignitaries and dear friends. It is very important for the industry to establish cooperation, coordination, and communication between the stakeholders. There are a lot of things which we need to reform in the interest of the sector, at the same time in the interest of the quality and also in the interest of new innovative technology to establish the dialogue between the stakeholders. I am giving my special thanks to Honorable Office Bearers of FICCI for organizing this good event, which is very useful. But unfortunately, the policymakers are not present here. After retirement, they are coming in FICCI and giving gyan to all of us. I am not talking about, sir. I have respect for you. पर मुझे लगता है कि पहले उनको बुलाकर आपका ज्ञान उनको भी दीजिए, क्योंकि सरकार में काम करने वाले जो लोग रहते हैं उनको लगता है कि हमको सब समझता है और किसी का सुनने के मूड में नहीं रहता. The fact is that no one is perfect and no one can claim that he is perfect. Uttam, Adhik Uttam, Sarvottam up to infinity. Perfection is an impossible concept. So every time any person, he may be minister or he may be on any post of government body, he should consider the opinions of different people. Try to understand. And there is an open thing is there, either convince me or convince by me. If they are going to convince you properly in the interest of the sector, you need to listen them. And that is equally important. I am not an engineer, neither I don't have too much knowledge about the civil engineering. But because of last many years, 95, 2000, I was minister in Maharashtra. I was infrastructure minister, got appointed to construct Mumbai-Pune Express Highway, the Worli-Bandra ceiling project and 55 flyovers. Because of that, after Atalji gave me the responsibility to make scheme of Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, then I am associated with the infrastructure. Basically, I am more related with agriculture and rural development. I received 18 doctorates, delete, out of which 9 delete related with the agriculture and water conservation. So my total passion and interest is in agriculture. But as a minister, he is supposed to be expert for all subjects when he is a minister. It is in the law and the democracy. So I am not the expert. So I need to understand all technical good advices from the people like you who have good experience, and 100% I will take this report with me, and I feel that now it is the time for me to issue the order that such type of seminars, they are really useful for the education of all type of people, and they should present there and they should understand what the people are giving suggestion about this. This is very important. मुझे सब समझता है, this is not the good thing. कभी कभी छोटा आदमी भी बहुत कुछ सिखा के जाता है. तो मुझे लगता है कि आपने ये जो ऑर्गेनाइज किया इसके लिए मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ. एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि हम एक डायलेमा में हैं, जो अभी आप कह रहे थे, और कुछ लोग कहते हैं कम कंपनियां रखो, ज़्यादा कंपनियों को क्वालिफाई मत करो. और मैं, चाहे तो मेरा डिस्क्रीट है वो, कि मैंने ये देखा कि जब कंपनियां कम रहती तो कार्टेल बना के टेंडर लेते हैं, और इसलिए टेक्निकल और फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशन ये ऐसा वेग कंसेप्ट है कि जो अधिकारी जैसा चाहते हो वैसा टेक्निकल एंड फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं. मैं महाराष्ट्र में था, हमारे यहाँ तो एक ही कमी रह गई थी आखिरी में कि काला कोट पहनकर जो भी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आएगा वो टेंडर उसको मिलेगा, इतना ही लिखने का बाकी रहा था. तो टेंडर जो टेक्निकल और फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशन होते हैं, आप में से बहुत से लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, उनकी क्षमा मांग कर बताता हूँ, वो सब तैयार करने का काम ये प्राइवेट कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ही करते हैं, बिकॉज वहाँ बड़े स्वीट रिलेशन होते हैं, और वो रिलेशन में बराबर क्या क्या लिखना, किसको कैसे डिस्क्वालीफाई करना और किसको क्वालिफाई करना, इसके गेम में तो वो ओलंपिक स्टैंडर्ड के प्लेयर होते हैं. तो किसको कहाँ लिख के क्या आउट करना, तो वो बराबर उस हिसाब से बनाते हैं. तो we need fixed policy for the different type of tunnels, bridges and road projects, which is a permanent policy for technical and financial qualification is very, very important. Other important thing is, we are very much interested in the government about financial audit. But now, after 12 years of my experience in this ministry, I am coming to conclusion that the performance audit is more important than financial audit. we need to differentiate the contractors, those who are making good quality of construction, and there are a lot of problems are there. मैं कल पूना में था, एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने, इधर ही पंजाब हरियाणा का, तो उसने एक काम 40% बिलो जाके लिया, फिर उसने एक को वो बिलो जाके उसको 10% लेके उसको हैंड ओवर दिया, और फिर उसने 10% लेके तीसरे को हैंड ओवर कर दिया। तो फिर मैंने उनको कहा, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बुलाया था, तो मैंने कहा ये इसकी जो ड्रेनेज सिस्टम थी पूरी, उसमें सीमेंट ही नहीं था, सब खराब काम किया था। तो मैंने हमारे सीजीएम को कहा इसको पूरा रगड़ दो, इसकी बैंक गारंटी जब्त करो, और इसको इतना बर्बाद कर दो कि आइंदा ये एनएचआई में कोई टेंडर नहीं भर पाएगा, ये हिम्मत नहीं कर पाएगा। तब मेरे ध्यान में एक नई चीज़ मिल गई कि आजकल जीएसटी के कारण कौन सा जीएसटी कौन से इसके और किसने भरा ये पता चलता है। तो मैं अब एक ऑर्डर इशू कर रहा हूँ कि कौन से कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने कितने % में सब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करना, इसका नियम है, और उसके बाद में भी एक दूसरा 3 लेयर बढ़ा के जो धंधा चल रहा है 30% 40% बिलो जाके अब पकड़ में आ जाएंगे, तो इनको ब्लैक लिस्टेड करो, इनकी इंक्वायरी शुरू करो। और ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि पैसा कमाना गुनाह नहीं है। हाँ, कोई आप बिजनेस करते हो, कॉन्ट्रैक्टरशिप करते हो, 2 पैसे कमाने ही चाहिए, पर काम करते समय क्वालिटी काम हो। हम जरूर कोशिश करते हैं कि कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को कम करें और क्वालिटी ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन अच्छी रहे। और इसमें ये जो दिक्कतें आती है, हमारे नियमों का फायदा लेकर जो चल रहा है, सभी डिपार्टमेंट में आता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं इसको रोकना पड़ेगा, और कोई ना कोई टूल तो मिल ही जाता है, और जब हाथ में मिलता है तो अब तो मैं तो बिल्कुल इसके बारे में, मैं बड़ा हेल्पिंग नेचर का व्यक्ति हूँ। कोई भी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आता है तुरंत फ़ोन उठा के उसकी मदद करता था, अब मेरा एटीट्यूड बदल गया, मुझे रगड़ना ही है। और इसलिए मैंने तय किया है कि अभी इस 2-3 साल में ये जितने हाथ में मिलते इनको ऐसा फ्रैक्चर कर दो कि टेंडर नहीं भरे अगले बार, हिम्मत ही नहीं करे, क्योंकि उनकी आदत खराब है कि टेंडर भरते समय, अभी हमने एडिशनल बैंक गारंटी मांगी, वो भी भरते हैं। ये सब करने के बाद एक से दूसरा, दूसरे से तीसरा, और इसमें क्वालिटी में इतनी प्रॉब्लम आते हैं, और फिर बदनाम हम होते हैं। तो मैंने एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को पूछा, बोले तुमसे माल खाया गया कि तुम ये मुझे बता रहे हो, ये क्यों ऐसा हुआ? उसके पास जवाब नहीं। कभी बोलते बरसात आ गई, और ये प्रॉब्लम्स है, देयर आर सम लेजिटिमेट एंड जुनाइन प्रॉब्लम्स भी है, पर उसके बाद में जब आप टेंडर लेते हो तो आपका प्रॉब्लम जो है उसको कन्वर्शन ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स इनटू अपॉर्चुनिटीज, उसको आपको सॉल्व करके काम करके दिखाना, यही तो आपकी टेस्ट है, इसी के तो पैसे मिल रहे हैं आपको। तो ये नेचुरली पहली बात ये है कि अब क्वालिटी के साथ हमें कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करना है। दूसरे हमारे यहाँ जो कल्प्रिट है, आई एम सॉरी टू यूज दिस वर्ड, वो है डीपीआर बनाने वाले। ये घर में बैठ के डीपीआर बनाते, गूगल पे देखकर इतने घटिया क्वालिटी के डीपीआर बनाते हैं कि आज रोड में 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट हो रहे, 1,80,000 डेथ हो रही है। 40% एक्सीडेंट हमारे रोड पर होते हैं, और सब रोड पर प्रॉब्लम डिफेक्टिव डीपीआर। और ये डीपीआर बनाते समय अपेक्षा ये कि हमारे नीचे लेवल के अधिकारी उसको चेक करें। मैंने ये भी सजेशन दिया था कि नहीं तो आईआईटी के सिविल इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट के लड़कों को बोलो कि आप डीपीआर चेक करो कि उसमें गलतियां क्या है, देखो। तो इतने डीपीआर पहले हम लोग लोवेस्ट वाले को देते थे, ऐसे ऐसे लोग आए। एक तो मैंने एक को कहा था कि हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के सर विश्वेश्वरैया है, क्योंकि वही सब डीपीआर में वही क्वालिफाई होता था, बोगस कंपनी, और सब काम उसको। मैंने बोला ये क्यों प्रिय है तुमको इतना, तो लोएस्ट है। अब हमने कहा कि प्राइस नहीं रहेगी, अब नई पॉलिसी आई। अब दूसरा उसमें एक है कि डीपीआर परफेक्ट मिलना, इसमें हमें भी काफ़ी पॉलिसी में सुधार करना होगा। अभी तो मुझे बीच में ऐसा लग रहा था कि वर्ल्ड बैंक के हिसाब से, वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से डीपीआर देते समय हम ये देखें कि भाई 51% स्टेक जो इंटरनेशनल कंपनी के है, उसी को हम लोग 1000 करोड़ के ऊपर के काम का DPR बनाने के लिए देंगे। यहाँ तक क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ के लोगों ने इतना डाइल्यूट कर दिया और क्वालिटी इतनी खराब की, पर अब उनके ऊपर भी नज़र है, छोड़ेंगे नहीं उनको, क्योंकि ये देश का लॉस है। इसके कारण काफ़ी नुकसान होता है, लोगों के एक्सीडेंट होते हैं। तो पहली बात तो है कि हमें, आप भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करने के पहले फिकी भी इसमें इनिशिएटिव ले कि हमें इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड का परफेक्ट डिटेल प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट सरकार में, मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में नहीं, हम सब कामों में कैसे मिले। और उसमें ये तो बिल्कुल स्वाभाविक है कि टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेड होती रहती है। मैं बहुत बार एक बात याद रखता हूँ कि इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च, स्किल एंड सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस, वी नेम इट एज नॉलेज, एंड कन्वर्शन ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू वेल्थ इज द फ्यूचर। तो ये बिल्कुल सही है कि अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ नॉलेज, अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इज ए कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस, और इसलिए हमने सीखना चाहिए। हर चीज़ नई नई बातों से हमको सीखने के लिए मिलती है, और अच्छे काम करने वालों को हमने सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, और गलत काम करने वालों के बारे में देखना चाहिए कि आगे सिस्टम से वो बाहर जाए। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसके लिए डिटेल प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। आपकी ये टनल और ब्रिजेस पर कॉन्फ्रेंस है, और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे यहाँ बहुत काम निकल रहा है। अभी 3-1 लाख करोड़ के टनल्स हैं। अभी एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ आई कि हम लोग ये जो कलकत्ता का हाईवे बना रहे हैं गोरखपुर से, तो झारखंड और बिहार के बीच में एक रोड पर फॉरेस्ट है, तो फॉरेस्ट में टनल बनानी थी, और टनल बनाने की थी तो मेरी भी गलती होगी। फॉरेस्ट वालों ने कहा कि अगर हम लोग टनल बोरिंग मशीन से अगर बनाते टनल, तो वो कॉस्ट 1800 से 2000 करोड़ बढ़ती थी, और अगर ब्लास्टिंग करते तो कॉस्ट कम होती थी। तो उन्होंने कहा ब्लास्टिंग अलाउ नहीं करेंगे। तो अलाउ नहीं करेंगे तो हमने कहा कि फिर हमने क्या किया, रोड घुमाया। अब एक्सप्रेस हाईवे को घुमाने में कोई मज़ा नहीं, डिस्टेंस बढ़ेगा तो फ्यूल खराब होगा, लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट थोड़ी कम होने वाली है। और कैबिनेट में चला गया। जाने के बाद जब मुझे ध्यान में आया कि अपने से गलती हुई, तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री को कहा कि आज इसको आप रहने दीजिए, मैं फिर से एक बार इसको वेरीफाई करता हूँ। और मुझे एक मालूम था कि राजस्थान में अभी हमने एक टनल का इनॉग्रेट करेंगे कोटा के पास, बहुत सुंदर बनी हुई है, उसमें पानी गया था। अब वो पानी लॉजिकल एंड तक ले जाना चाहिए था, तो अभी टनल पूरी नहीं हुई। तो राज्य प्रशासन ने कहा कि एक लेन खुल दो, एक्चुअली इनकम्प्लीट काम में खोल दी, और खोलने के बाद वहाँ पानी आ गया, तो वे सोशल मीडिया में फ़ोटो छिपे। तो मैंने बोला तुमने क्यों शुरू की जब काम इनकम्प्लीट था? उद्घाटन तो नहीं हुआ पर काम भी इनकम्प्लीट था। तो बोले राज्य सरकार ने बहुत आग्रह किया। मैंने बोला सोशल मीडिया में जाकर बताओ कि राज्य सरकार के आग्रह पर किया, पर वो टनल में हमने कंट्रोल ब्लास्टिंग किया था। तो मैंने भूपेंद्र यादव जी से बात की, तो उन्होंने कहा कि जो बिहार सरकार ने आपको परमिशन दी है वो 10 नंबर पे लिखा है कि उन्होंने इसके ऊपर ब्लास्टिंग को अनुमति नहीं दी है। वो जैसा उनने भेजा वैसा हमने मंजूर किया है, तो वो तैयार होंगे तो हमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं। फिर मैंने हमारे यहाँ एक वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस की मीटिंग बुलाई, जिसमें भूपेंद्र यादव जी और उनके भी अधिकारी थे, और बिहार सरकार के फॉरेस्ट सेक्रेटरी और उनके फॉरेस्ट के अधिकारी थे, चीफ मिनिस्टर लाइन पर थे। तब मैंने उनको प्रश्न पूछा कि कंट्रोल ब्लास्टिंग की परमिशन आपने राजस्थान में इस टनल में दी है, अगर यही टनल में भी आप देंगे तो ये घूम कर जाने का चक्कर है, इसमें पैसे भी बचेंगे और ये टनल सीधी हो जाएगी। तो हाईवे है, लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, तो आप हमको कंट्रोल ब्लास्टिंग की परमिशन आप दीजिए। अब फॉरेस्ट वालों ने, अब मैं तो कभी कंट्रोल ब्लास्टिंग में कौन से प्राणियों पर और इन्वायरमेंट पर क्या परिणाम होता, शायद मैं इतना ज्ञानी नहीं हूँ, मेरे समझ में तो नहीं आया। फिर भी जब मैंने उनको कहा तो सेक्रेटरी समझ गए, चीफ मिनिस्टर समझ गए, उन्होंने कहा हम जाकर फिर से आपको भेजते हैं, अभी वो आएगा, हम सुधारेंगे, फिर कैबिनेट में जाएंगे। तो कहीं ना कहीं बहुत सी बातें ऐसी है कि हमें कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव सोचना होगा विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द क्वालिटी, और इसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का अच्छा से अच्छा उपयोग करना पड़ेगा। अब ये टनल बोरिंग मशीन की कॉस्ट, कैपिटल कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है। मेरी दूसरी रिक्वेस्ट फिकी को है कि अभी हमने मेक इन इंडिया, और अभी चेन्नई में वो जर्मन की कंपनी है, उन बनाते हैं मैक्सिमम, वहीं से टनल बोरिंग मशीन आती है। चाइना से बीच में आती थी, फिर स्पेयर्स में काफ़ी दिक्कतें आई, तो वो टनल बोरिंग मशीन के लिए हमें थोड़ी समस्या आई। हमें एक काम करना पड़ेगा कि देश में टनल बोरिंग मशीन को बनाना होगा, और हमारे पास पोटेंशियल भी है। इसके इस मशीन की कॉस्ट भी कम होगी, और इसलिए जब वो जर्मन के ओनर आए थे, 87 ईयर्स के थे, तो मैंने उनको लिस्ट दी कि हम इतनी टनल बना रहे हैं, और आप ऐसा करिए कि आप हमको यहाँ फैक्ट्री डालिए, और हम आपको इवन स्टील भी आपको दे सकते हैं। अभी हमारे यहाँ गढ़चिरौली डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो 65 ग्रेड का आयरन ओर मिला है, और जमशेदपुर में 55 ग्रेड का है, तो वर्ल्ड का सबसे अच्छा आयरन ओर वहाँ मिला है। जमशेद जी टाटा पहले वहाँ गए थे, अभी वो काफ़ी प्लांट चालू हुआ, तो मैंने कहा कि आपको जिस ग्रेड का अलाई चाहिए वो अब हिंदुस्तान में अच्छे से क्वालिटी का स्टील हम बना के देंगे। और हमारे यहाँ अब वेंडर्स भी हैं, आप यहाँ आइए और ये मशीन बनाइए, आपको बहुत ऑर्डर मिलेंगे। मेरे यहाँ डिपार्टमेंट में है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के है, रेलवे के है, इरिगेशन के, हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट के है। तो आप पहली बात तो ज़रूर यहाँ आइए, और मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि टनल बोरिंग मशीन्स अलग अलग साइज़ की हमारे देश में तैयार होने के लिए आप फिकी से इनिशिएटिव लीजिए। और इसमें टनल बोरिंग मशीन में मुझे लगता है कि मशीन को मार्केट है तो बनाना कोई कठिन नहीं है। अब टाटा ने हवाई जहाज़ भी बनाया, तो मैंने उनको कहा कि हवाई जहाज़ तो आपने बनाया, अब वो उसको फ्लोट लगा दो तो MPBS सी प्लेन भी बन जाएगा, आगे आपका हवाई जहाज़ बड़ा भी बन जाएगा, एक बार आपने बनाया तो। हम बना सकते हैं, हमारे इंजीनियर्स काफ़ी टैलेंटेड है, हमारे स्टार्टअप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, और हमारे यहाँ भी IIT के इंजीनियर्स बहुत कॉम्पिटेंट हैं। तो ये टनलिंग में मुझे लगता है कि एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, इसके लिए आप ज़रूर इसके लिए सोचिए। एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चैलेंजेस जो है जिसके ऊपर बहुत गंभीरता से सोचना होगा, सबसे डिफ़िकल्ट है हिमालयन टेरेन। और ये हिमालय में टनल बनाना और महाराष्ट्र में बनाना ये बहुत डिफरेंट है। वहाँ तो ब्लैक रॉक है। तो मैं जब ये जिसकी बात कर रहे थे, मुंबई पूना में हमने बनाई, तो मैं पहले मेरे मन में था कि दोनों बाजू में ग्रेनाइट लगाएंगे। अब कर्जा निकाल के कर रहे थे, तो मुझे हमारे अधिकारियों ने कहा सर इसमें खर्चा पहुँच जाएगा। तो एक ने सुझाया, एक डिप्टी इंजीनियर था, उसने सुझाया इस पर वो कंक्रीट का ग्रेनाइटिंग कर दो मशीन ला के। तो हमने टनल पे वही कर दिया, जल्दी हो गया, पैसे के खर्चे की बचत हो गई, सोल्यूशन निकल गया। पहली बात, हम प्रॉब्लम क्रिएटर ना बने, हम सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइडर बने। और इसमें आपसे ज़्यादा हमारे अधिकारियों को ज़्यादा सीरियसली उसको सोचना होगा। तो पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि जियोलॉजी बहुत बेकार है, हिमालयन टेरेन की तो बहुत ही कठिन है। मुझे थोड़ा बहुत समझता है उसमें, ज़्यादा मुझे पता नहीं है। मैं थोड़ा जियोलॉजी सीखा था, तो जियोलॉजी, मिनरोलॉजी, क्रिस्टोग्राफी, जियोफॉर्मोलॉजी, तो हमको एक मोहा स्केल ऑफ हार्डनेस सिखाई थी। तब हम केवल थेरोटिकल सीखे थे, टाल, जिप्सम, कैल्साइट, एपिटाइट, ऑर्थोक्लेट्स, क्वार्ट्स, कोरंडम, डायमंड। तो ये जब हम समझे थे तब हमको हार्डनेस का पता ही नहीं था। और हिमालय यानी चुनखड़ी है, पत्थर ही नहीं है। और इसलिए हिमालयन टेरेन में काम करना बहुत कठिन है। और उसी प्रकार की जियोलॉजी ऑस्ट्रिया में और स्विट्जरलैंड में, और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी टनल्स बनाई है। अभी ये लैंडस्लाइड्स के ऊपर हमने स्विट्जरलैंड लोगों से सलाह किया था, और अभी 850 ब्लैक स्पॉट लैंडस्लाइड्स के निकाले, और उत्तराखंड में हमने वो सब इम्प्रूव किया। और अभी बाद में रिपोर्ट आया कि उसके बाद कोई उसमें नहीं हुआ। अभी मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि ये केदारनाथ और बद्रीनाथ के रोड के बारे में बहुत सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक केसेस हुए। अब मैं तो देख नहीं पाया था, तो वो डॉक्टर चोपड़ा जी, डॉक्टर जोशी जी भी मुझे कहते थे तुम गलत हो, तुम सुनो इनको। तो मैंने कहा मैं सुनता हूँ। तो एक दिन वो सब लोग आए, और मैंने कहा आते समय आप एक काम करो कि वीडियो शूटिंग करके लाओ। और वीडियो शूटिंग जब आकर देखा मैंने, तब मेरे भी नज़र में आया कि वो कह रहे उसमें कुछ तथ्यांश है। यहाँ रोड अगर बनाएंगे, इतना बड़ा पहाड़ ऊपर है तो गिरने वाला ही है। तो फिर मैंने स्टैंड लिया, अगर रोड बनाना है तो एक तो वाइडक्ट बनाओ या टनल बनाओ, ये टिकने वाला नहीं है। बेकार के बेकार पहाड़ खोदने में कोई मजा नहीं होगा, परमानेंट सोल्यूशन नहीं। तो खर्चा लगेगा तो लगेगा, पर हमें अभी उसका सोल्यूशन निकालना पड़ेगा। और मुझे लगता है यह कठिन नहीं है, वे आउट निकलना पड़ेगा। अभी केदारनाथ के रोप वे हम बना रहे हैं, तो पहली बार जब मेरे पास फाइल आई थी तो 5,000 करोड़ रुपए हमें ईपीसी से खर्चा करने थे। तो मुझे इतना तो मालूम है केदारनाथ खूब लोग जाते हैं। तो मैंने उनको कहा आप बीओटी में क्यों नहीं निकालते, देखो ना एक बार निकाल के। बोले कोई आएगा नहीं। तो हमने बीओटी में निकाला। आपको ताज्जुब होगा, 5,000 करोड़ तो बच गए, पर अब जिन्होंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लिया है वो हमको 800 करोड़ रुपए साल की रॉयल्टी देंगे। यानी हमने वो टिकट रेट ऐसा पक्का किया है कि हेलीकॉप्टर से जाएंगे तो कितना लगता है, पैदल वो डोली में बैठ के जाएंगे तो कितना लगता है, उसके हिसाब से रेट निकाला और वो अलाउ किया है। तो अभी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने जो काम शुरू किया है वो शुरू होने के बाद पर ईयर हमको 800 करोड़ रुपए विदाउट एनी इन्वेस्टमेंट हमको देगा। तो उससे उस इक्विटी पर हम 10 टनल और 10 रोपवे बना सकते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं सोल्यूशन ऐसे निकल सकते हैं कि जिसमें कैपिटल कॉस्ट को कम करना होगा। अब जियोलॉजी में जो प्रॉब्लम है, इसके बारे में फिर डीपीआर वाले जो आते हैं वो कोई रीडिंग्स जाकर लेते नहीं, और कॉन्ट्रैक्टर टेंडर हासिल करने के इसमें जियोलॉजिकल डाटा जो है वो ठीक न होते हुए भी टेंडर भर देते हैं, और फिर उसके बाद प्रॉब्लम शुरू होते हैं। और फिर वो चाहते कि इसके पैसे दो, ये वैसा हुआ, ये ऐसा निकला। तो मैंने उनको बोला अगर इसके बदले में अगर और आसान होता और तुम्हारे पैसे बचते तो तुम्हारे साथ आते क्या? फिर तुमने पहले देखा क्यों नहीं? तुमने प्री बिड कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये कहना चाहिए था। तो पहली बात तो जियोलॉजी में रॉक स्ट्राटा, वाटर सीपेज, ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये समस्या है। इसके ऊपर मुझे लगता है कि जो एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं जिन्होंने 30-30 साल इस क्षेत्र में काम किया है, उनको बुलाकर, हमारे यहाँ अभी इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हम ये बना रहे काम, तो इसके बारे में रिसर्च ट्रेनिंग ये नए इंजीनियर्स की करने की आवश्यकता है। कोई भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड प्रॉब्लम को रिजॉल्व करने के लिए उसके लिए प्लानिंग इन एडवांस, प्लानिंग इन डिटेल बनाकर वी नीड टू फाइंड आउट द सॉल्यूशन फॉर दैट। तो ये हमारे लिए अनप्रेडिक्टेबल जियोलॉजी एंड ग्राउंड कंडीशंस ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, इसका बहुत अध्ययन होना चाहिए। सरकार में इतना डिटेल में नहीं होता, हमारे अधिकारी बदलते रहते हैं। अब जैसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने इसके ऊपर कुछ किया तो उसका उपयोग ओवरऑल देश को होगा। बाद में एक्सट्रीम वेदर कंडीशंस एंड नेचुरल हजार्ड्स, लैंडस्लाइड्स, फ्लड्स, अर्थक्वेक्स, हेवी स्नोफॉल अभी बहुत कठिन है। ये जो जिला में काम कर रहे हैं तो बहुत कठिनाई में काम कर रहे हैं, यानी बियॉन्ड इमेजिनेशन है। -6 -8 डिग्री अंदर जाके काम करना, 6 महीने काम के मिलते हैं, और उसमें भी अच्छा काम हुआ है। झेड़मोर टनल भी हुई, झुजिला भी हुई, पर वहाँ के काम करने के लिए एक्सपीरियंस ये भारत के अन्य टनल के साथ टोटली डिफरेंट है। तो आपको ये डिवीजन करना पड़ेगा कि टनल इन हिमालयन टेरिन एंड टनल इन जो ब्लैक रॉक है, उसमें दोनों को जियोलॉजी से लेकर हर बात अलग है, उसको अलग से सोचना होगा। इसमें लॉजिस्टिक एंड एक्सेसिबिलिटी कंस्ट्रेंट्स भी बहुत है, वहाँ पहुँचना काफ़ी अड़चने हैं। विशेषतः प्रोजेक्ट साइज तक हेवी मशीनरी का कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल्स बहुत कठिन है। मुझे याद है हम ये मानस सरोवर का रोड बना रहे, और एक समय बीआरओ ने मुझे कहा कि वहाँ मशीन ही नहीं जा सकती। तो एयर वाइस मार्शल मेरे पहचान के थे, उनको मैंने कहा कि तुम्हारे हेलीकॉप्टर से हम मशीन को डिवाइड करके दो। तो बोले सर इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। बोला ऐसा कैसे डिफिकल्ट, लड़ाई होती तो तुम नहीं जाते क्या? इसको असेंबल करो टनल ये मशीन को। फिर उन्होंने असेंबल किया, और असेंबल करके एक एक पार्ट को उन्होंने पहुंचा दिया। अब वो 85% रोड पूरा हुआ है मानस सरोवर का पिथौरागढ़ से। तो कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कतों में बाकी लोगों के भी सहयोग से सॉल्यूशन निकालना पड़ेगा। तो एक्सट्रीम वेदर कंडीशन, नेचुरल हजार्ड्स, ये भी समस्या है। लॉजिस्टिक एक्सेसिबिलिटी के कंस्टेंट्स है, वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बहुत हिम्मत के साथ उसकी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करते हैं। इन्वायरमेंट एंड रेगुलेटरी क्लियरेंसेस, ये एक समस्या है। ये पूरा थ्योरेटिकल क्लास है इधर दिल्ली में बैठा हुआ, ये अपने बुक के आधार पर अपने कंडीशन डालते रहते हैं। कभी कभी मैं हमारे यहाँ जो लोग अलग अलग स्टेट के इंचार्ज हैं, मैं उसको पूछता था तुम अरुणाचल के इंचार्ज हो, कभी अरुणाचल में गए हो, पता है तुमको? नहीं अभी तक नहीं गया। यहाँ बैठ के क्या करते मतलब? मैंने सेक्रेटरी को कहा कि इनको हर महीने में बाहर भेजो, जब तक आप जाओगे नहीं। अब मैं दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे को गाड़ी से गया अहमदाबाद तक, तो गुजरात और मध्य प्रदेश में एक पैकेज ऐसा था, वो ट्राइबल एरिया है, वहाँ लोग काम ही नहीं करने दे रहे थे। पहाड़ खोदना पड़ा बहुत बड़ा, खोड़ा तो वो उसको सीओएस मांगने लगा। हमारे विद्वान अधिकारी ने कहा कि तू सीओएस नहीं मिलेगा, उसी प्राइस में कर। वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर डूबते हुए आया। जब मैंने देखा तब मैंने बोला कि भाई जब तुम एडिशनल स्कोप ऑफ वर्क उसको इसलिए देना पड़ेगा कि आपने अलाइनमेंट बदल दी, आप ऐसे कैसे कहते हो कि मैं पैसे नहीं दूंगा। फिर हमारा अच्छा मेंबर आया, उसने स्वीकार किया, अब वो रोड क्लियर हुआ, वो काम कर रहा है। मीनवाइल 1-1.5 साल हम लटकते रहे। अब उसमें फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट वालों को समझा रहे थे कि हमारी प्रॉब्लम यह है कि हमने ड्रोन लगाया तो लोगों ने ड्रोन को तोड़ दिया। यानी ये कोई लीगल इलीगल जो ऑब्स्टेकल्स थे वो कोई बुक में तो नहीं आते। तो उसके बाद में अभी वो रोड पूरा हुआ, उसके कारण 2 साल अब हमारा हाईवे लेट हुआ है। और ये जो डीसीएल लेने वाले विद्वान अधिकारी ने, हम टोल नहीं ले रहे तो 25,000 पीसीयूज है। अगर ये एक पैकेज पूरा होता तो हम डायरेक्ट अहमदाबाद तक चले जाते, तो हमारा 55 से 60,000 पीसीयूज का टोल मिलता, तो हमको 1.5-2 हज़ार करोड़ का चूना लगा दिया विद्वान व्यक्ति ने। तो अब ये कारण ये कि वो प्रैक्टिकल बात तो नहीं समझे। ऐसी बातें कुछ ना कुछ है, वो हमको भी हमारे दोनों तरफ से समझनी होगी। एक जो है कि फाउंडेशन, उसमें स्ट्रक्चरल ब्रिजेस के लिए विशेष रूप से है। हर बार प्रॉब्लम आता है कि बहुत नीचे गए, रॉक ही नहीं लगा। अब मुझे पता नहीं, पर आजकल सैटेलाइट से बहुत सी बातें मिलने लगी है। अब ये आप जैसे लोग भी ये कर सकते हैं कि व्हाट आर द न्यू इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल इन द वर्ल्ड, जिसके कारण हम ये एग्जैक्ट स्टार्टर का डिटेल मिला सकते हैं क्या, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड में तो इसमें हो रहा है काम। तो मुझे लगता है ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट है। ब्रिजेस के लिए डीप फाउंडेशन, पियर्स, लॉन्ग स्पैन्स और टनल्स के लिए अंडरग्राउंड एक्सकेवेशन एंड ग्राउंड स्टेबिलिटी, ये इंजीनियरिंग के चैलेंजेस है और ये रीजन टू रीजन अलग है। पर मुझे लगता है हिमालयन टेरिन एक पार्ट करिए और नॉन हिमालयन टेरिन दूसरा पार्ट करिए, तो भी इसका अध्ययन अच्छी प्रकार से होगा। जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि डीपीआर की बात है, उसके लिए आप अलग से ज़रूर कुछ करिए। ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है और इसके कारण भी बहुत नुकसान होता है। परफेक्ट डीपीआर बनना चाहिए। मैंने एक बार एक बड़े कंपनी को कहा कि आप डीपीआर बनाओ, आपके पास इंजीनियर्स है, डिज़ाइनर्स है। उन्होंने कहा अगर डीपीआर बनाएंगे तो कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट आएगा, हम टेंडर नहीं भर पाएंगे। फिर मैंने सरकारी अधिकारियों को कहा कि तुम रिटायर्ड होने के बाद या रिटायर्ड होने के पहले तुम्हारा 25 साल का है, तुम डीपीआर कंपनी खोलो, हम आपको इनकरेज करते हैं, अच्छे लोग बनाएंगे डीपीआर। तो ये डीपीआर बनाने के लिए ये टनल्स में भी फॉरेन कंपनी की मदद करते हैं, पर उनका भी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हिमालयन टेरिन सब जगह वैसी नहीं है। जो स्विट्जरलैंड के और ऑस्ट्रिया के जो है, वहाँ के कंसल्टेंट समझ सकते हैं इसकी प्रॉब्लम क्या है, पर बाकी जगह की परिस्थितियाँ अलग है। तो ये भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। ये जो एडवांस कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजीज़ है, जिसमें एडवांस टीबीएम्स, ऑटोमेटेड लॉन्चिंग सिस्टम्स है, प्री कास्ट एंड मॉड्यूलर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, इसको हमको बढ़ावा देना पड़ेगा। मैं तो आपको कहूँगा कि इस बार हमें बाहर के देशों के साथ आप जैसे लोगों ने उनके एक्सपर्ट को बुलाना चाहिए। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि प्री कास्ट पर रोड भी फैक्ट्री में बने, क्योंकि अभी हमारे जो प्री कास्ट की नालियाँ बनाते हैं वो इतनी बेकार क्वालिटी की है कि उसमें कभी पानी नहीं बहता। मैंने एक बार एनएचआई के इंजीनियर्स को कहा कि मुझे एक अवार्ड देना है। बोले किस बात का? मतलब तुमने इतने रोड बनाए जिसके नाली में पानी बहता हुआ दिखेगा, उसका मैं सत्कार करना चाहता हूँ। सब आईआईटी पास है। अब ग्रेडियंट पानी का अगर उल्टा रखेंगे तो पानी कहाँ बहने वाला, फिक्र ही नहीं, कोई ओनरशिप ही नहीं है, तो पानी घुस जाता है कहीं। तो नेचुरली प्रीकास्ट का हमने मैंडेटरी किया। धीरे धीरे ब्रिजेस में इसमें काफ़ी प्रीकास्ट टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हो रहा है, और उसमें मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा सा ये सब के लिए आप लोग थोड़ा इस प्रकार के कंसर्निंग सब्जेक्ट के लोगों को बुलाकर इसमें क्वालिटेटिव काम कैसे होगा, इसके लिए आप जरूर सहयोग करिए। सर्वे, इंस्पेक्शन, मॉनिटरिंग एंड प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूशन एंड एक्यूरेसी में, सर्वे, इंस्पेक्शन, मॉनिटरिंग, इसमें प्रोजेक्ट में काफ़ी टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई है, अब उसका उपयोग भी कर रहे हैं, उसमें भी आप जरूर उसमें सहयोग करिए। रिपेयर आफ्टर फेल्यूर, इसके बजाय अर्ली वार्निंग बिफोर फेल्यूर, ऐसी नीति को अपनाना पड़ेगा। अब ये कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को इसकी कीमत जब चुकानी पड़ेगी तो उनको ध्यान में आ जाएगा कि जब एक बार मैंने हमारे यहाँ एक था कि इसको कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को 20 लाख रुपए फाइन करो, मैंने बोला 20 लाख रुपए तुम्हारी चपरासी को देता हूँ, उसको कहा कि फाइन कर रहे 20 लाख रुपए, उसका काम 2000 करोड़ का, ये कोई मतलब नहीं। इसकी जान है कैपिटल मार्केट में, इसके शेयर की कीमत है, इसको ब्लैकलिस्टेड करो, 2 साल टेंडर भरने के लिए मनाही करो और अखबार में प्रेस रिलीज करो कि फलाने फलाने कंपनी ने ऐसा काम किया है, ताकि उसका मार्केट का शेयर डाउन बढ़ जाए। तब उसको ध्यान में आएगा कि क्वालिटी की कीमत क्या है, तब वो ज़्यादा कॉशियस बनेगा। ये 20 लाख रुपए के फाइन अभी मैं नई पॉलिसी बना और अखबार में रिलीज करेंगे, ताकि इसका भी सब चीज़ें, मैं फुकड़ में गाली क्यों खाऊं, कोई भी रोड में गड्ढा पड़े तो साला मेरे पर ही चलता है वो, जो रोड मेरा नहीं है उसके ऊपर भी चलता है। अभी मिसिंग लिंक मैंने नहीं बनाई, वो मैं जब मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाया तब ये शाहपुर जी पालम जी ने वहाँ काम किया है लोनावाड़ा खंडाला में, तो हमारा ओरिजिनल प्लान था कि ये मिसिंग लिंक की टनल बनानी थी, तो उन्होंने परमिशन ही नहीं दी। वो कौन से काले पीले रंग की घार जाएगी, फिर गाड़ी का आवाज़ आएगा, वो भाग जाएगी, एक साइंटिस्ट थे वो पीछे पड़े, पीआईएल किया, नहीं मिली, तो मैंने छोड़ दिया और कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करके वो लोनावाड़ा खंडाला का डिफिकल्ट काम था, उसमें शाहपुर जी पालम जी और एल&टी ने वो काम किया, वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज, वो टनल बनी, वो अभी बनी। अब मैं 27 साल हुए हाईवे बनाकर, अब मेरा तो कोई महाराष्ट्र में, पर जैसे टनल घिसक गई मेरा फोटो और टनल पूरा सब जगह आया। अब अनेक बार मुझे बताना पड़ता है कि आई एम ओनली रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर नेशनल हाईवे। अब दिल्ली के भी गड्ढे दिखे, अभी डीडीए का रोड है, कारपोरेशन का रोड है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का है, मेरा नहीं है रोड, गड्ढा दिखा के गडकरी का फोटो डाल दे। अब खाया पिया कुछ नहीं, गिलास फोड़ा हटना, मैं क्यों खाया को, मैं कई कारण न होते हैं, कभी क्रेडिट भी मिलता है। अब ये समृद्धि महामार्ग का मैं हवाई जहाज में, लोग मुझे बहुत अच्छा धन्यवाद, आपको बेस्ट लग, बहुत अच्छा समृद्धि। मैंने कहा आप मुझे दे रहे, मैं ले रहा हूँ, पर मैंने नहीं बनाया, महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट। तो रोड अच्छा बना कोई भी तो मुझे क्रेडिट देते हैं, और रोड खराब कोई भी हुआ तो मुझे डिसक्रेडिट देते हैं। तो ये चलने वाला है, इसमें कोई मेरी तकरार नहीं है, पर कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि क्वालिटी को प्रायोरिटी देनी पड़ेगी, नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द क्वालिटी। और इसलिए कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को जब तक सजा नहीं होती और कंसल्टेंट को नहीं होती, इनको जब तक इसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, समझ में आएगा तो लोग सुधरते। ये बहुत सौहार्दपूर्ण व्यवहार से कोई सुधरता नहीं, इनको वही चाहिए, क्योंकि मैंने देखा कि जब तक नहीं तो गलती होगी तो यू हैव टू फेस द ऑल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, यही करना पड़ेगा, और अब धीरे धीरे वही हो रहा है। तो अब हम लोग भी उसके साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे। मैंने गलती की, मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्टर में प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए टेक्निकल क्वालिफिकेशन को लिबरल किया, डाइल्यूट किया कि नए लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बने। मैं वो नया नया था, मेरे भी मन में था कि नए नए लोग बने हैं, मैंने डाइल्यूशन किया, उसका परिणाम भी है 40% बिल हो जाके, फिर तंग आके एडिशनल बैंक गारंटी ली। अब मुझे अभी पता चला कि जीएसटी से पता चलता है कि जीएसटी भरने के बाद किसको किसको कितने बार इसने कहाँ का दिया है। मैंने कहा जीएसटी का रिकॉर्ड सबका, अब जीएसटी का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से पेटी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कितना देना है इसका प्रोपोर्शन है। अब सब आएंगे हाथ में, आएंगे तो ठोको इनको, क्योंकि ये नहीं चलेगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं क्वालिटी को सबसे पहली प्रायोरिटी है, और क्वालिटी के बाद फिर उसकी कॉस्ट है। वी नीड गुड क्वालिटी विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विथ एनी क्वालिटी डाइल्यूट नहीं करना है, पर कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को क्वालिटी को मेंटेन करके हमको कम करना है और उसके लिए अलग अलग मटेरियल का भी यूज़ करना है। ये आप और एक रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, ये UHPC अल्ट्रा हाई परफॉर्मेंस कंक्रीट, इसके ऊपर आप जरूर सेमिनार करिए। ये जो डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू पियर है, ये हमारे देश में 30 मीटर तक होता है। अब ये मलेशिया में वहाँ के लोगों ने टेक्नोलॉजी ढूंढी और ये डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू पियर उन्होंने 120 मीटर किया। ये मेट्रो में भी हो सकता है, ये फ्लाईओवर्स में भी हो सकता है। अभी हमारे यहाँ नागपुर में एक बहुत बड़ा ब्रिज बना है, बहुत सुंदर उन्होंने जगह जगह पर बनाया, 60 मीटर तक। कॉस्ट बचती है और क्वालिटी बहुत अच्छी है। और इसके लिए मुंबई IIT के सिविल इंजीनियरिंग के डिपार्टमेंट रवि सिन्हा के नेतृत्व में, उसमें LNT के एक वेंकटरमण भी थे, अच्छे इंजीनियर हैं, उनको लेकर मैंने सब लोगों को भेजा और वो मलेशिया सिंगापुर जाके उनकी रिपोर्ट दिए। वो करते करते 6-8 महीने लगते, सरकार में लगता ही है ऐसा, कोई जल्दी काम नहीं करता और नया तो बिल्कुल नहीं करता। फिर अब उसका IRC वगैरह जाकर बना। अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अभी हम लोग 2 लेयर 3 लेयर के ब्रिज बना रहे हैं। अभी पुणे में अभी मैंने हमारे डिपार्टमेंट की ओर से भूमि पूजन किया, तो मुख्यमंत्री जी थे, हम लोग 40,000 करोड़ के ब्रिज बना रहे हैं, वैसे 60,000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट पुणे में बना रहे हैं। और एक ही पियर पर एक रोड नीचे में, ऊपर में फ्लावर, उसके ऊपर में फ्लावर, केवल एक ही पियर को ऐसे जोड़ते हुए ऊपर जाते हैं, तो नेचुरली कॉस्ट एकदम कम होती है। अभी नागपुर में पहला हमने बनाया, अभी चेन्नई पोर्ट से बना रहे हैं, तो पुणे में बना रहे हैं। तो इसके कारण बीच वाला जो डिस्टेंस है वो नेचुरली, अगर ये UHPC में जो ऊपर का पियर होता है, उसके ऊपर का बीम होता है, उसका प्रीकास्टिंग उन्होंने स्टील फाइबर में किया। ये भी स्टील और सीमेंट वाले भी जो है, इनकी जब तक अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल नहीं तैयार करेंगे, ये जमीन पर नहीं चलेंगे, क्योंकि ये कार्टेल करके रेट बढ़ाते रहते हैं। मेरे ऊपर बहुत नाराज होते हैं क्योंकि मैं बोलता हूँ, मुझे पक्का इनको जब तक इसके लिए अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल तैयार होंगे तो ये इनकी लाइन बराबर सीधी चलेगी, नहीं तो वो एक्सप्लॉइट करते हैं। तो अभी ग्लास फाइबर स्टील आया, अभी वो लोअर इसके लिए रोड में तो यूज़ हो सकता है, लाइट भी है। तो धीरे धीरे अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल पर भी, और वो भी विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्वालिटी, उसके ऊपर भी काफ़ी बातों को बारे में हमने सोचना चाहिए। GFRP ग्लास फाइबर रीइंफोर्समेंट पॉलीमर, कोरोजन फ्री है वो, मुंबई और समुद्र के पास जहाँ जहाँ काम है उसके लिए यूज़ करना अच्छा है। एम फॉर लॉन्गर लाइफ, हायर स्ट्रेंथ एंड लोअर मेंटेनेंस। तो मुझे लगता है इन मटेरियल जो है, अभी आपको हमने 70 किलोमीटर बाम्बू के क्रैश बैरियर बनाए, और वो अरुणाचल, वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट का बाम्बू, और उसका टेस्टिंग ये जो अपने देवास के इंस्टीट्यूट में किया, मैंने खुद देखने के लिए गया था, और दैट इज प्रूव टू बी, उसकी स्ट्रेंथ स्टील से भी ज़्यादा अच्छी थी। तो नेचुरल है वो, इको फ्रेंडली है। तो मुझे लगता है ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, जिसके लिए ज़रूर आप लोग सोचें। सस्टेनेबल स्मार्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन ये फ्यूचर है, और इसके लिए समय भी इम्पोर्टेंट है और मैक्सिमम सेफ्टी भी इम्पोर्टेंट है। और मशीनरी में आप बने तक अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल की मशीन यूज़ करो, इलेक्ट्रिक की, इथेनॉल की, मिथेनॉल की, बायोडीजल की, LNG की, CNG की, कोई भी करो, आपकी कॉस्ट कम होती है, पोल्यूशन कम होता है। अभी हम कचरा 80 लाख टन दिल्ली का कचरा हमने रोड में यूज़ किया है, एक बड़ी टेकड़ी खाली हो गई। तो मुझे लगता है फ्लैश का यूज़ कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आयरन स्लैग, स्टील स्लैग का उपयोग रोड में किया है। तो वेस्ट मटेरियल का यूज़ करना। अभी हमने बायो बिटुमिन बनाया, जो राइस स्ट्रॉ परली जो है, 290 लाख टन परली जलाते हैं हरियाणा और पंजाब में, और 5 टन ऑफ परली राइस स्ट्रॉ इज गिविंग 1 टन ऑफ बायोसिन। अभी 3-4 हज़ार प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो रहे, कुछ 450-500 शुरू हो गए, तो हमको गैस मिल रहा है, उससे बायो बिटुमिन बना। और बायो बिटुमिन का 1 किलोमीटर रोड हमने नागपुर जबलपुर नेशनल हाईवे में बनाया, अभी भी अच्छा है, और दैट इज प्रूव टू बी बेटर देन पेट्रोलियम बिटुमिन। तो ये परली जलने के बजाय इससे एविएशन फ्यूल बनेगी, इथेनॉल बनेगा, CNG बनेगा, बायो बिटुमिन बनेगा, इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, पोल्यूशन फ्री और इंडिजिनियस। तो अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल पर भी मुझे लगता है कि ज़रूर आप कुछ बातों को फोकस करके इसके लिए भी आप डिटेल जाइए। मैं इतना ही बताना चाहूँगा कि अभी हम लोग जो टनेल और ब्रिजेस के काम कर रहे हैं, ब्रिजेस में प्री कास्ट, मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्री कास्ट की कंपनीज को बुलाकर, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बुलाकर आप धीरे धीरे बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन और रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन, ब्रिज कंस्ट्रक्शन में प्री कास्ट को मैंडेटरी करने का टाइम है। अभी अर्बन मिनिस्टर भी मुझे कह रहे थे, हमें मीटिंग लेनी है कि पोल्यूशन कम करने के लिए अगर टोटल हमारा कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम अगर फैक्ट्री में होगा तो ज़रूरत नहीं है ये सब सीमेंट स्टील लाना, पूरा पोल्यूशन होता है, इसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ज़रूर इसके ऊपर भी अलग से काम होना चाहिए। टनल में अभी हम लोग कम से कम 2 से 2.5 लाख करोड़ के टनल के टेंडर निकाल रहे हैं, बड़े बड़े टनल्स हैं। अभी नुमालीगढ़ की टनल है 20,000 करोड़ की, रेलवे और है उसका टेंडर निकलेगा। तो बहुत सी अच्छे बड़े बड़े ब्रिजेस है, टनल्स है। तो मुझे लगता है कि पोटेंशियल है। कोई भी चीज़ में आप जब नए टेक्नोलॉजी में इन्वेस्ट करोगे तो इस बात का विश्वास रखो कि देयर इज ए मार्केट पोटेंशियल, जिसके कारण आपकी कॉस्ट भी कम होगी, क्वालिटी भी इम्प्रूव होगी, समय भी बचेगा और प्रॉफिट भी बढ़ेगा। तो आने वाले समय में वर्ल्ड में जो सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस है उसका उपयोग करके हम रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन, ब्रिज कंस्ट्रक्शन और टनल कंस्ट्रक्शन में अगर टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करेंगे तो आगे बहुत बड़ा पोटेंशियल है। एक बात का मैं आपको एश्योर करना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे ही मिनिस्टर में इतने काम है कि हम आपको बहुत काम मिल सकते हैं। और इन कामों में अभी परफॉर्मेंस ऑडिट भी शुरू हुआ है। हम लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का रेटिंग कर रहे हैं और रेटिंग के आधार पर फिर टेंडर के बारे में सोचेंगे। रेटिंग का आ गया, अब रेटिंग में भी भलते ही लोग आगे आ गए तो मैंने बोला ये कैसे हो गया। तो थोड़ा थोड़ा सिस्टम है, हम भी उसको इम्प्रूव कर रहे हैं। तो डीपीआर वालों का भी रेटिंग कर रहे हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का भी रेटिंग कर रहे हैं। धीरे धीरे आप सबके सुझाव को लेकर हम क्वालिटेटिव रिफॉर्म इस सेक्टर में करना चाहते हैं और हम किसी के विरोध में नहीं है। और मैं बिल्कुल मानता हूँ कि बिजनेस 2 पैसे कमाने के लिए अच्छा कमाइए, पर क्वालिटी का काम करिए, ओनरशिप रखिए, डोंट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विथ क्वालिटी। और ये देश के एसेट्स है, ये अच्छी बननी चाहिए और आपके हाथ से बनेगी तो रोजगार भी निर्माण होगा, आपको भी प्रॉफिट मिलेगा और देश का भी नाम बड़ा होगा। और इसलिए इस इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट पर आपने ये जो आयोजित किया है उस सेमिनार को मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। और ये सेमिनार होने के बाद आप अनायास सेक्रेटरी रह चुके हैं। IAS ऑफिसर सबसे बड़ा आदमी होता है, उसके बाद विद्वान तो कोई नहीं होता। हम लोग तो ऐसे ही है, जनता ने चुन कर दिए, हम थोड़ी इंजीनियर और IAS ऑफिसर है। आपका ज्ञान की सब जगह ये होती है, तो उनको भी ज्ञान दीजिए, थोड़ा बुलाइए उनको। मुझे बुलाएंगे और मैं जाके उनको ज्ञान दूंगा तो वो फाइल पर 4 बातें निगेटिव लिखेंगे, पर आपने उनको भी ज्ञान दिया तो मेरा ज्ञान देने के बाद फाइल पॉजिटिव आएगी, तो आपका पर्पस सॉल्व होगा। तो आपने मुझे बुलाया, अच्छी बात हुई। थोड़ा ये अंडर सेक्रेटरी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, DG, डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी, मेंबर NHI, इनको सबको बुलाइए। आपका जो सब जगह का ज्ञान प्राप्त हुआ उनको भी बांटिए और दोनों में कोऑपरेशन, कोऑर्डिनेशन होगा तो निश्चित रूप से एज ए मिनिस्टर विल सपोर्ट फॉर गुड एंड क्वालिटेटिव थिंग्स। जो भी होगी उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे। मेरी फिर से एक बार आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for taking out the time to speak so candidly and so passionately about the road ahead for India's infrastructure. Your guidance means a great deal to all of us gathered here. Thank you once again for your time or vision. May I now request our Secretary General, Mr. Anand Swaroop, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Shri Param Sivam, Chairman FICCI Committee on Roads and Highways and Managing Director, Afcons Infrastructure Limited, senior officials from the government, distinguished speakers and industry leaders, friends and colleagues. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks today. We are grateful to Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for taking out the time. He is coming straight away from the cabinet, so that shows his passion for the subject. Despite his such a busy schedule, he has taken out the time. Many of you would not know this whole concept of this event was conceived under the guidance of our Honorable Minister, and this is the 4th edition which we are doing. And FICCI is proud and privileged that in every of the 4 editions, the Honorable Minister has taken time to be with us and to give us his guidance. Today, we heard the Honorable Minister so candidly speaking about what needs to be done. There is a lot of homework for us as FICCI as well. We have taken note of the points which you have raised, Honorable Minister, be it on development of better DPRs, better coordination. We are proud to mention, sir, one of our members is also Skyroute. They have developed a rocket, so I'm sure tunnel boring machine is not far off. And we'll encourage our members to definitely look at it and do a seminar on that as well. I would also like to thank everybody here for taking out the time, being with us. Today it has been a great, very insightful discussion which have taken place. I'm sure the deliberation would result into some substantive recommendations. We'll compile it and we'll present it to the Honorable Minister and his ministry. And as the Honorable Minister mentioned, sir, we have taken note of it. In future, sir, all seminars, we will ensure that senior officials from the states and the center are also invited and they attend so that better communication can happen between the industry and the government. So thank you once again for everybody for coming here. And thank you, sir, for especially taking out the time and being with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. May I now request the Honorable Minister and other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. We will have another session after the lunch again in this room. I request all of you to kindly join back in this room at around 2:45 p.m. I'm also requesting all our speakers to kindly join us for lunch in the council room, which is reserved only for speakers. The FICCI team will lead you to the room.
today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Moffat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airports, we take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we're not just powering the present, we're shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time, from flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges. We create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofathraj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airport, we take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we're not just powering the present, we're shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofathraj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airport, we take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we are not just powering the present, we are shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table. where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Moffat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airports. We take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we are not just powering the present, we are shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders. fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Moffat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airports. We take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we are not just powering the present, we are shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airport, we take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. We are now ready to begin our next session. Our next session is on resilient, smart, and sustainable corridors, future-ready tunnels and bridges for challenging terrains. I would like to invite our dignitaries on the dais. The chair of the session, Colonel Parikshit Mehra, Secretary Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana. I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Dr. Sanjay Rana, Managing Director, Parson Overseas Private Limited. Mr. Lalit Kumar, Executive Director, Urban Infrastructure, writes. Mr. A.H. Khan, President, Urban Infra, Kalpatru Projects International Limited. Mr. Sandeep Singh, Head Strategic Business and Tunnel Infrastructure, Jindal Stainless Limited. Before we begin with the session, as Honorable Minister Sir has arrived and one of the PPT from our technical session got left, so I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Roy from Sika India for his presentation.
Yeah. Very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Vicky for giving me an opportunity to speak about new technologies and how we can speed up the construction as we discussed since morning to speed up everything so that we can achieve a target of around 160-kilometer length of tunnel. I think every individual contributions for each and every tunnel aspects and the materials including the construction phase is need to be advanced and we can somehow meet those targets with the help of a lot of technologies and advancements of technologies as well. So myself Pankaj Roy, I take care of the specification function of Sika India. Sika is a global company, specialized company for construction chemical, over 115 years old, based out at Switzerland, Bar. We have more than 33,000 employees working across the world in 103 countries. And last year we have done almost 11.2 billion CHF turnover across the world. Sika has a very good R&D team. Almost 2,000 people across the world are working in different R&D activities, and almost 4,000 patents we have done as of now since last 100 years. Sika started with a tunnel waterproofing only in 1910 with a tunnel called Gothard Tunnel. Gothard Tunnel is the world's longest railway tunnel, and Sika invented a product called Sika 1, and we have arrested a leakage that was appearing in the tunnel. So today we will cover a few inside of the tunnels condition like convention and tunnel waterproofing, how you do, and we have invented new technologies, and I will showcase how we can speed up the waterproofing solutions for tunnel constructions. So enabling with sustainable construction, this is a typical traditional tunnel waterproofing system. Excavated rock, on the excavated rock we provide some kind of support, that is the shortcut support, and they after that the protection and drainage layer to channelize the water in an umbrella tunnel. Then we apply a kind of membrane. It's a different kind of polymeric membrane sheet that we normally apply, and post that we do our lining. So in this system, we see a lot of activities. The activity starts from short kitting, then a drainage layer, then a membrane layer, which will help as a waterproofing layer. Then post that we apply our concrete lining. And these are the layers. And subsequently, if we see the challenges also we are, though it is globally being used in different countries, but yeah, we have some challenges into it. Like we have the rock and shortcut layer, then the felt back, it's the drainage felt back systems. Then we apply this membranes. These membranes are loosely laid membranes. So if anything goes wrong, any puncture happen on the membranes, then chances are there water can migrate. Water can migrate from one location to the other locations, and water can straight away come to the concrete lining layer wherever, if there is any crack happens, or through the joints only. So this is how the water seepage may occur inside the tunnel, irrespective of waterproofing layer with preformed membrane. So what are the challenges here? We have a multiple layer systems. We have to do a lot of activities, starting from anchoring, then applying the drainage layer, post drainage layer. We have to apply the membrane systems. Then we have to do the water bar, or a lot of concrete lining. We have to do take care of all the joints, construction joints, through the water bar systems. And if anything goes wrong, water can migrate from one location to the other locations, and the leakage can happen from the inner lining concrete as well. So we have come up with a new technology which is called fully bonded waterproofing membranes. So what is fully bonded waterproofing membrane? Our excavation will remain same. Post excavation, there will be a shortcut layer, and on top of the shortcut layer, we have established a product, a membrane systems, which will have a geotextile itself embedded into it. So the both drainage layer as well as the waterproofing layer will be a composite layer itself. So straight away we can apply that layer, and on top of this we will do the inner line concreting. The feature of this inner line concreting with the membrane is that this membrane will have a fully bonded layer on top of it, so that once we place the concrete, inner line concrete, it will be fully bonded with my waterproofing membrane. So chances of any migration of water will get eliminated. So you can see on the right hand side, the activities are like your rock face, then the shortcut face. On top of the shortcut face, there will be a single activity, the waterproofing membrane. No other activities like drainage layer and other layers. So we can eliminate a lot of activities here, and we can speed up the installations of this kind of membranes. So drainage layer, membrane, as well as the finishing layer, which will be a bonding layer between the lining concrete and the shortcut, it will be embedded into this membrane itself. So we can do the fully bonded systems with a single layer application only. So it will speed up our construction activities as well. So there will be in the previous, we normally use a plain finish membrane, but this advanced technology will have one hybrid layer on top of it. So once we place the concrete, inner lining concrete, the inner lining concrete will be fully bonded with my membrane. So this is how we used to do on the left hand side with a lot of membranes. Then there will be a lot of joint systems through various type of water bar. But on the right hand side, you can see it's because of the hybrid layer, the entire concrete layer will be fully bonded with the membrane. And these are the membranes which will have a very high properties as well, and it can speed up the installation. So the most important part is that whenever there are chances of any leakage and seepage, it happens because of the puncture of the membranes, and there are passage between the membranes and the inner lining, so water can migrate from one location to the other locations, and it can come out with the weakest portions, of course. But in the new advanced technology, it will be fully bonded with my concrete, so water cannot migrate from one location to the other location, so there will be no leakage or seepage inside the tunnel. Yeah, more or less I'm done. So what is the other challenges we normally face particularly in high altitude areas? High altitude areas, due to the cold weathering system conditions, maybe in freezing conditions, so membranes will have the tendency of migration of their various kind of polymers or plasticizers. So the life of the membrane will get deteriorated. But with this advanced technology, the FPO-based membrane, we can apply this kind of membranes and it can sustain at -30 to -40 degree temperature as well. There is no migration of polymers, so the life of the membrane will be very high. So these are various activities involved into the installations of the membranes. And these are the testing we normally conduct during the applications. So this is my membrane layer. Then on top of the membrane layer, there will be a inner concrete lining, which will be fully bonded with my membrane layer as a waterproofing layer. We can also do a lot of cross passages also, because though we do the TBM lining, but again the challenges is in the cross passages. Yeah, this is also more important. We can do a lot of reduction in the material consumptions, as well as the emission of the, we can cut the carbon dioxide emission as well by 20%. These membranes have been tested for 120 years life, so we can design, we expect the design life as long as the tunnel's design life, it may be 100 years plus. So this membrane will sustain for 120 years. These are CE certified materials. So these are few of the references of applications. Yeah, of course, in India, we have already started using these kind of membranes, and in few packages in bullet train projects, we have already high-speed rail. We have already executed this kind of products we have already installed, and these are the various cross passages where we can install some of the station buildings, curtain cover tunnels, station boxes. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Now over to you, Dr. Rana, and I'm confident you will be managing the time very well and guiding the conversations towards the session objective.
Provided I know how much time I have. How much time I have?
Whole session timing, like 50 minutes.
50 minutes? You just cut it down from 60 to 50, right? Standing right here? That's smart organization. Anyway, thank you very much, and thank you, Shampaji. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here. So very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a pleasure to moderate this very interesting session on resilient, smart, and sustainable corridors, future-ready tunnels and bridges for challenging terrains. As we just heard, our time is 50 minutes. So with the permission of chair, I would like to do a small thing that we complete our session and discussion in something around 35 minutes, at least have 15 minutes for interaction with the brave soldiers who have stayed even after lunch. Perfect. Right? So, right. So all of you also get some chance to talk to the panelists here. That's very important, I think. A panel discussion is not just within the panel, but across the panel also. So I would really like that to happen. So that's what we'll do. Yeah. And for that, we all will cooperate. So I'll ask very simple questions, and we can have our responses limited to 3 minutes max. So that way we can have 2 to 3 rounds of questions, right? So that will be much better, right? And we have an excellent panel today. So we are going to keep this discussion conversational and focus on some of the real issues that actually decide whether difficult infrastructure projects ultimately succeed or not. We heard the minister, and I think whatever he says, we all can relate to that. But he is a minister. He can talk about issues and challenges, but as engineers, as an industry, it is our job to actually implement these. So it's very, very important that we look into it. I'm a geophysicist by profession. People who are just wondering, who am I? So I'm a geophysicist by profession. So forgive me, because I will be talking more about underground rather than above ground, because that's where geophysics comes from. So when we talk about tunnels, bridges, infrastructure in challenging terrain, we generally talk about sophisticated design, modern construction equipment, faster execution, stronger materials, digital monitoring, sustainability, AI, BIM, twin models, and whatnot. But before all of that comes a very fundamental question, and that is what I think is most important. How well do we actually know the ground on which or through which we are going to build?
any amount of good design or good equipment actually is of little or no use if the ground which you are building on is not understood well. That was one panelist said in the last panel discussion also, that our investigation is extremely poor. So a tunnel may be designed beautifully. We may have the best TBM or tunneling equipment available. A bridge may have an excellent structural design, but an unexpected shear zone, a fault, highly fractured rock, buried channel, cavity, groundwater pathway, or abrupt change in rock mass can completely change the construction scenario. And this is particularly important in Himalayan geology, as we talk about, where geological conditions can change dramatically over very short distance. And we have been discussing this over decades. We always talk about surprises, geological surprises. What is missing is the guidance to actually overcome these geological surprises or minimize these geological surprises. Now, traditionally, our understanding of the subsurface has relied heavily on geological mapping and boreholes. Both are indispensable. But a borehole ultimately tells us what exists at one location. Very, very accurate information of what is right there when you are doing the drilling. And our engineering fraternity, even till date, depends heavily on this tool to understand the entire ground. What is most important is to understand what's happening between the boreholes. That is, understanding the strata continuously from one end to the other. Especially in tunneling, when you are actually excavating practically meter by meter, inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter, millimeter by millimeter, you cannot afford to miss any weak zone which is coming in between. Borehole gives you discrete location, indispensable but not enough. That is where geophysics comes in picture. And that's where I come in picture as a geophysicist. Now, if just looking from tunnel life cycle, the first decision where to make the tunnel, what is the right alignment? How do we decide it today? We decide it based on some very limited data which is available. Earlier, we were just deciding on topo sheet. Today, some remote sensing data also is available and some limited geological information which is available. Forget about real geological mapping because the kind of areas and forests these tunnels are going through, you cannot even put a geologist there to do the geological mapping, and there are no outcrops also. All right, so how do we do that? We take a pen on a topo sheet and mark the tunnel alignment from one point to the other. Now today that's really not required to be done. You have techniques like heliborne time domain electromagnetic, we also call it airborne electromagnetic survey, which can be done at a very rapid speed. Like in couple of weeks, you can actually finish the survey of the entire tunnel of 10, 12 kilometers. And not just one alignment, but of a strip, and make a 3D model of this strip, and then decide which is the right alignment so that you meet with the minimum surprises. You have passive seismic tomography technique available, which can give you a 3D model of the subsurface. You have seismic reflection, which can be done even in tunnel alignment studies. So there are methods to decide the right alignment. Then go to the ground geophysics, where you get more data on the tunnel alignment. Then go for your drilling. Do not change this sequence. Do not drill before geophysics and do not drill with geophysics. The value of geophysical investigation is to tell you where the weak zones are so that you can target your drilling there. So now you have drilling data, you had geophysical data, you have geological mapping, and combining all this, you can create a beautiful ground model to work with. This is not eliminating your surprises. Just like morning walk and jogging does not eliminate your chance of not having a cardiac problem, but it minimizes it. It minimizes it to a great extent. And that's what Mr. Minister was talking about. The technologies are available, and he was referring to technologies being available outside. Fact is, these technologies are available right here in the country. It is about adopting the technologies. And one thing we should always remember, because whenever I talk about geophysics in a conference or a seminar, etc., someone raises a hand and says that, oh, can you do this? No, I think geophysics can't do that. So geophysics is not magic, all right? Neither is geology, nor is geotechnical investigation. Whenever we talk about limitation, everything has limitation. Drilling also has limitation. It gives you data only on the point where you're doing the drilling, right? Idea is that you should have something more practical to progressively reduce uncertainty and therefore reduce risk. So this is something which is very, very important, that how do we reduce uncertainty early enough,
choose the right technology, execute intelligently, and build assets that remain safe and durable for decades. DPR, we keep talking about DPR quality is very poor. DPR quality will remain poor unless DPRs are actually based on data. That is data which has been derived from the ground regarding which the DPR is being made. So that's it. Getting more data is the only way to do it, and technologies are available to help us with that solution. So I think we'll start with this short monologue from my end, and we'll go to our session chair, Colonel Parikshit Mehra. He's Secretary Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana. So before I begin with individual panelists, I'll invite our session chair to give us his perspective. And the question I'll pose for him, although he's session chair, he has all the liberty to speak on any topic he wants. I can't do anything about it. So when we speak about future-ready tunnels and bridge infrastructure, from the perspective of government and safety, what are 2 or 3 areas where you believe our present project development and execution practices need the greatest improvement?
Good afternoon, all of you. Always difficult to have post-less lunch sessions which are heavy and a topic which is almost womb to tomb. The theme that we have here starts from the DPR and it'll probably take you to the execution of the tunnel and to the complete life cycle. But let me come back to the question that our moderator has posed to me first. Is what is it that the government looks for or should look for rather to have infrastructure of international quality and infrastructure which will last us for the life cycle that it is designed for. So I think what the government is looking for firstly is definitely today to have tunnels which have least residual risk built into them before they actually start construction. And so is true for bridges which are long span and which have their foundations in river strata where a lot can be done with exploration. So I think that is the first parameter, because it makes it very easy. It makes it much easier for the government to budget them properly. So if you don't do a proper exploration and investigation for these assets, how do you budget them? Because you don't know what will it require for it to find shape. This also has a direct impact on what is the durability and the safety of that particular asset. Because if we do not allocate to it the right budget and then we do not give it the right contract model, then there is no incentive for the contractor to give you the product that you wanted in the first place. So I think the government is also looking through this to have the right contract model and to have a reasonable way of compensating the agencies or the contractors for the work that they're doing. The government is surely looking for that. I think the third thing that we are looking for now is which gets missed out in a lot of our or used to get missed out on a lot of our projects is aesthetics. I think majorly what we need to move towards is also to get the aesthetics right. Today when we have a flyover coming inside a city, or we have a bridge coming across this beautiful Himalayas, we want them to look good, look better. So with durability, with cost effectiveness, I think aesthetics is one thing that the government has now started looking for. So I think these 3 things should be able to get us into a space with this kind of infrastructure that we're looking for. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm sure the next panelist will extend on what you just said, because now I'm going in the sequence which is given to me by the organizers. So Mr. Lalit Kumar is my next panelist. He is Executive Director, Urban Infrastructure of RITES. So Lalitji, how is planning in India different from other countries? What suggestions you have for improving pre-construction activities in Indian projects based on your experience?
Good afternoon, everyone. This topic has been discussed in detail by Honorable Minister and the other speakers earlier. And Mr. Rana has aptly pointed out the requirement of good investigation to arrive at a good DPR. So here I want to just go with my learning. So what I have learned during one of the most important projects done by me was the USBRL project, Udhampur Srinagar Baramulla project. And we can call it the mother of all tunneling projects as far as Indian tunneling industry is concerned. What happened then, because now we are discussing about DPRs post-Silkyara, we are more vocal on the issues involved with consultancy and shortfalls in the DPR. But 30 years back, when we go 30 years back, we see that, like you said, that there was some Survey of India topo sheets, GSI maps, and we are overlaying those maps. We have curve boxes. I think AutoCAD was there at that time, but the people were basically still working on those curve boxes and making all those alignments. And the main criteria was basically geometrical parameters. And the SOP which was given and the TOR was given was basically the speed, this much speed is required. These are the gradient, these are the curves, these are cut and fill. These are the bridge, these are the details you have to work on, and you have to arrive at a alignment. So that way USBRL alignment was drawn, and thereafter, and the cost of the consultant and this FLS was just to do 2 boreholes at the portal locations, and in those portal locations they have to just see whether the portal is feasible or not. Any some shear zone is there, some landslide is there, or some waterway is there. So all these things had to be taken into account at that time. And whatever surface mapping could be done from the surface and can be extrapolated to the tunneling media level, at that level, and some calculations were made, and a typical cross section was there. D-shaped tunnels were there with heavy ribs and with the concrete backfill and this leggings. So this was the model followed at that time. But later on in this project, we saw many changes we saw. Let me take the example of T1 tunnel. This project was started in 2004 and it was completed in 2025, last year. And it took 21 years. It was not on critical path. Only 2 structures were on critical path then. One was the Pir Panjal tunnel, 11-kilometer long tunnel, and another was the Chenab bridge. So finally what happened, that all other structures were completed, and this was the last tunnel to be completed. It was just 3-kilometer long tunnel, and there was no land acquisition issues, no logistic issues, nothing other than the geological issues. Now I come to the issues involved there. So once this construction started on this tunnel, then there were some problems. D-shaped tunnel, some buckling of the ribs, and some it was not stable. Some failures, ground failures were there, and finally, after running into I think 1800 meters or so, it was abandoned. And finally, it was basically realized this alignment is not the right alignment. So, because it is passing Riyasi Thrust, anyway Riyasi Thrust has to be passed. We have to go to Banihal, then we have to pass it. But how we can pass it? It has to be perpendicular, and where we can pass it without much difficulty. So that way a new alignment was drawn. Almost similar line, some things were taken from the earlier alignment also. Then what happened, that the BOQ was made same. Alignment is basically changed. New company comes, but the BOQ is same. Contract conditions are same. So what happens, while passing through that critical area, there are some NS items to be introduced, some new items to be introduced. Then again there are problems, some delays. And in tunneling, NATM tunneling, at least when in the face we have an open face, we cannot wait for these contractual issues to be settled. Then and there we have to take a call. So most of the time basically was spent in taking these administrative issues and decisions. So the main point of discussion I am making here is how these geological and geotechnical assessments are important. While and the first point I think we have mentioned here is improving execution speed and efficiency in tunnels and bridges. So we could have better, we could have faster this execution if we had made all these things clear. So now what happens that it is not something only this tunnel. There are many other tunnels. We learned from each of those cases. And in Rishikesh Kontrag project or Sevok Rangpur project, we basically improvised on them. Like NATAM was introduced against in past. Then DDC and construction supervision as a single consultancy contract was basically originated in this contract only. Then because the design consultant is responsible for the execution stage also. So that way you can fix some accountability. He will be more serious what he's designing and suggesting. He cannot make any tabletop DPRs. These DPRs have to be basically, you can say, validated with the ground. So, and the cross sections were basically standardized after this USBRL project and later on used in other railway projects. So, while comparing this Indian tunneling construction environment with the European or some developed countries environment, there are something I think everybody knows now, because other consultants have worked in India, and our contractors are working based on those reports. So my main focus is here that there should be comprehensive risk register. Comprehensive risk registers. It should be made the essential part of a DPR. And DPR should be able to address all foreseeable problems and obstacles. And there should be mechanisms to basically to address them, some methodologies. So everything basically we should have a plan for meeting any eventuality. So, and there should be integrated geological model, as Rana Sahab said. It is very much required. By correlating all the mappings, geophysical data and the point data from the drill holes. All those things have to be basically integrated into that model. And reconciling DPR stage model with the actual encountered geology also. Because if we know early on that this is the geology which is being encountered, which we couldn't predict, then we can take some smart steps earlier. We need not to do some firefighting. We can plan something. Then there is this integrated working between client, designer, contractor, and supervision agency. Here, this BIM, I think, is something metro projects are using in a big way. I think this can be adopted in railway and highway projects also. Things are being discussed now, but in not that I think
sense of urgency is
that urgency is still missing in linear projects. And metro, I think that way we can basically reduce those interface issues, and real-time problem solving can be done. So these are basic some of the things, and we can fast track DPRs also, because there are many items for all clients which are common to all DPRs. Like this S&T reports are there, signaling and telecom means, then electrical reports are there, the cross-section issues are there. These things basically can be discussed by the client, because they have to be basically uniform for all their projects. Then only I think, and they can ask for this field data, geotech inputs, and detailed design and the alignment, and the EIA, SIA, and this traffic studies. These are some of the aspects where the customized field work is required. And wherever we feel that customization is not required, there we can make some standards. And there, this thing is basically being adopted by high-speed railway now, because now they've got 7 corridors, and different consultants have given their different tolling stocks and different SNTs, different electrical systems, which cannot be basically, is not workable. So that way they're coming up with this philosophy, and I think this can be adopted by MORTH and railways also.
Good. Thank you, Ladiji. I'll come back to you with more questions on this. And yeah, just for the benefit of everyone sitting here, since he talked about investigation, how much we did 2 boreholes on the portal areas only, etc. These are very interesting statistics from International Tunneling Association. the statistics says that even a comprehensive investigation reveals 0.0005% of the volume of core data compared to the total excavated volume of the tunnel which is to be excavated. And this 0.0005% is based on one borehole drilled every 100 meters along the tunnel alignment, which means you're spending around 5 to 7% of your project cost on investigation. In India, on an average, we spend 0.5 to 0.75% of project cost on investigation. So actually, we are working with 0.0005% of the information, taking all the decisions, including design. And then are we surprised that we meet geological surprises? Should we be surprised? You are bound to meet geological surprises because you are practically working blind, right? Taking a cue from where Liji left, next question I'll go to Khansab. That he talked about a strong coordination between client and contractors. So how can a strong coordination between design, engineering, procurement, contractors, and site teams minimize delays, rework, and interface-related bottlenecks? Because that's one of the major challenges we face.
So good afternoon, all of you. Fantastic question, Dr. Rana. Before I start replying to the question posed to me, one point of time I asked one of the employer, who is doing this project? He straightway said the name of the contractor. So this was his response. He never said that they are doing the project. The employer is not doing the project. Who is doing the project? The contractor. Okay. So first and foremost, what happens? We know that there are generally three agencies involved, stakeholders, what we call it. One is employer, other one is consultant, third one is the contractor. Maybe somewhere designer also comes in. Okay. So until unless everybody becomes part of this particular process and they own certain amount of risk involved in the project associated with it, the projects are not going to happen. That is very clear. Let me give you example of it. One of the Bombay projects, the mangroves were to be removed for the project. Who is responsible? Contractor is responsible. How contractor can be responsible for the mangroves? Can he do it? The project finally did not happen. I don't know, at least finally wisdom prevailed. So until unless we fix up right kind of responsibility with these 3 or 4 stakeholders, the projects are not going to happen, number one. And it definitely will delay the project, nothing but delay the project. Second thing is risk assessment. Mr. Lalit Kumar really, fantastically he brought out this point, that risk assessment in Indian context, Indian project contents is nowhere. If you look at international projects, at least they have done quite a bit of it. Whether they practice it or not, that's a different thing. We see also in different continents it is missing, but at least they are doing something, they have done something. But when it comes to international arena, Indian arena, we hardly do anything. Forget about DPR. DPR, you will not get any risk assessment. Maybe in 1 or 2 DPR you might find it, but mostly not. Okay. So if risk assessment is not done right from the tender stage, even prior to the tender stage, at the time of DPR, the projects are going to get delayed. Third point which I want to bring it, that when we do project, the design is being done parallel, right? All of you would have seen the project starts with the design. Why can't we do the design beforehand? In many international projects, they give a timeline, 6 months, 8 months, to do the design beforehand. If you have done the design, your methodology is fixed, your methodology and the design, specifically in bridge project. The methodology, you would have seen many bridges falling. Do you think that design was that there was a problem with the design? No. Methodology was a problem. So when you do the design and you fix up the methodology, at least you are very clear in your head what you are going to do. So this is very much missing, and ultimately projects get delayed. Let me give you another example of it. No accusation. There was one station. Okay. Suddenly client said that we want a PD over it, property development. So when contractor went back to them asking for what is the load, we don't know. You have to figure it out. Okay. And fourth point on my agenda is planning. You can't rule out the importance of planning. And you have got a lot of tools these days. Still we are in MSP. How many of us use P6? How many of us we use Tylos? There are even better tools than that. How many of us in P6 do resource loading? But when the project fails, we all blame each other, right? And when you do planning or even designing, it has to be procurement based. So you have to look at which are those elements which has to come from outside. Minister was talking about TBM. Okay. HerringNet started that factory in 2008. Today they have matured. They had one single plot. Recently, or maybe 1 year back, they added another plot. Sorry to say, Government of India has done nothing about it. In next 5 years, can we build a TBM? I am sorry to say that we will not be able to build it, because where from design is going to come? We might get raw material, we might get steel, we might get some component, but we will not be able to build TBM with that. We need designers for that. Where are the designers? Do you think that HK or HerringNet or CRCHI, CREG, they are going to give you design? None of them will give the design. Then how we are going to build that? So when you are talking about, look at our high-speed tunnel. Why it got delayed? China did not supply the TBM. For how many months? Almost 2 years. Where is the procurement? Critical component, we do not know about the procurement part of it. Review mechanism. At site itself, we don't review projects properly. I was lucky to be interacting with one gentleman from DMRC. He said, what is your review mechanism? I was so happy. He said, what is your review mechanism? Tell us, we are awarding the project to you, but tell us what is your review mechanism. So until unless the review mechanism is in place and right kind of review mechanism in place, then the projects will succeed. Without that, it will definitely not happen. And बोलते हैं ना, एक से भला दो से भला तीन. Group always succeeds. This is the mantra of management, any management for that matter. So all these people have to put their mind together, figure it out who is best in what. At least better. Okay, forget about best. Who is better in what? That has to be figured it out. Then work together. Then the projects will succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It is very elaborate, but very, it's so important to understand it and actually implement it. Close coordination is so much required, and that will make a difference between a successful project or a failure. That brings me to my next panelist, Mr. Sandeep Singh. He is Head Strategic Business and Tunnel Infrastructure, Jindal Stainless Steel Limited. So, Sandeep ji, question for you is that should life cycle cost analysis become a mandatory part of tender evaluation for critical tunnel and bridge components, particularly in aggressive environments?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to have here again and again. Thanks to Mr. Sampa and FICCI team. I was in discussion since morning. Trust me, whenever this life cycle, this aesthetic, this durability comes in picture, so stainless steel, maybe as a synonymous or by default choice, and I was the topic being discussed since morning, right? And every panelist has done this. So this, every time we don't go to this consultant, this contractor, where this stainless steel is supposed to be used at the initial cost. So every time we face normally such type of questions, what will be the cost? Will it be 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x? So it will be very surprisingly, I am just going to convey you that in US we are a project which sir was saying that E&M project that 900 crore this maintenance package was released for the sum of the portion, and one portion which we have done, that was of 4x, and the grade which we have used EN 1.4404, If you go for the comparison basis, it is approximately 4x, and it is giving the life of more than 7,500 years approximately. The portion he was talking about, this telecom and other things where this GI and other material was used, and they are supposed to give the life of more than 25 years. And this is also a irony. When I am talking about this tunnel is designed for 120 years. So what kind of material we are going to use? So no, it's another kind of ambiguity in our design parameter and the performance of the asset of the life. No, since morning we are discussing this. No, we material aisa hona chahiye. We have to go for sustainability, life cycle, and every factor. But whenever it cost, not cost upfront cost, if we start calculating this life cycle cost analysis and the recurring maintenance to be added in this once this DPR and this tunnel tender or any tender, definitely the stainless steel will have some upper end, not altogether thoroughly. We are normally this is for this steel versus stainless steel. If I say we are at the 2.8% of the total production in India with mild steel and stainless steel. So even though if you are going to use 2.8% in a particular project, the impact on the total budgeted project, say 40,000 crore, 20,000 crore, it's hardly 1 or 2% for that particular sector. And one particular 2% increasing on that project value will give you the life of more than 100 years with less maintenance. I was going through some PR maintenance graphs, so huge and so complex: material inspection, periodic maintenance, this GI coating, this painting, and other and. So we have to think again and again, like geotechnical investigation is the first and foremost challenge. When we are visiting this SLVC tunnel in Telangana, there was some irony, like upar abhi this some forest was there. We are not supposed to go for this borehole and all, and ultimately 40 kilometers long tunnel with some boreholes kind of thing they have done, and ultimately the life of I cannot say the 15-16 people we have lost. So this kind of irony in our thought process we have to correct at the initial level. Why I am saying, like अभी घर बच्चा होता है तो what we do normally first क्या होता है, we go for immunization, vaccine देते हैं. For in that concept we have to see this the pain which I felt this Rajesh Saura staying this immediately after spending 40,000 crore, 900 crores again for this maintenance. It's a big question on our intellectual, or the people are sitting across the table, sometimes this side, sometimes that side. We have to come to a particular junction where we have to think our the national asset and national policy. It is very surprisingly that the global corrosion loss is approximately 3.8%, right, of the GDP, where we are sitting at 4.3%. Approximately 14 lakh crore of this rupees we are losing every year as a national loss, approximately $180 billion. See, this is our fault. Why it is happening? I'm not saying that go all along for a stainless steel, change everything, but where it is required, it should be done. And I'm very happy this sir has told like this US barrel is the mother of all tunnel, and that tunnel reference is there for each and every tunnel, which railway is going to have a policy which is exposed in surface. Tunnel के अंदर जो exposed है, like cable tray, fire door dampers, this electrical panel, this drainage cover, everything is in a stainless steel US barrel, and that technical tender has been copied by this NFR and other railway tunnel also, and somehow in the highway tunnel also. Recently, one more factor is there. When I was received a call from this IIT Guwahati, and they were talking about some reinforcement or this lattice guard of stainless steel because of less thickness and higher strength. We are having material which is we can go up to 5 mm, 6 mm, giving 680, 750 mm. So in stainless steel, we are not taking any corrosion allowance. No, in railway also, if they are going to make girders, if they are going to make girders of 20 mm thickness, if we go to change this thickness from a stainless steel, this RDSO I already approved, 30% straight away thickness is reduced. So 30% all along this life cycle, carbon emission, this transportation, this installation, this spare load, everything is accounted for. And if I calculate from A to Z, तो हमारी जो saving होती है, it is almost equal to the initial investment of this mild steel and the GI. If you calculate the life cycle of 20-25 years, the ROE invested money is going to get back. So once again, I am saying that this immunization, vaccination will help, but we have to take at the initial level. In fact, there some portion of the incremental capex, but it is not going to impact that much of the 20,000 crore, 50,000 crore. It hardly 1 or 2% of the some portion for the ENMN. That's from my side.
Thank you. Absolutely. So, considering the entire life cycle cost is very, very important. And as you very correctly said, we can save cost now and pay a very heavy price later. And that is applicable in most of the things what we are discussing today.
Yes, sir.
Save cost in investigation, pay heavily later. Save
Yes,
cost
yes.
in material, pay heavily later. That's basically it's our choice as intelligent human beings. Now what I'll do is, since I've just informed that we have hardly 10 to 15 minutes for this session, because I think we were pretty liberal with the time today. I also didn't intervene anyone. So we'll take questions from audience now. Keep your question very brief and tell the speaker you are asking the questions from. And our answers also hopefully will be very, very brief, right? So you can raise your hand. One question from there. Can we, oh, you have the mic.
Actually, what we have been discussing since morning, so the observation is this is a behavioral problem. So this is a syndrome of AWA, authority without accountability. Most of the organizations, there's no single point contact. Like the project management concept is coming up, it is not there. If something goes wrong, there are 10 people to be blamed. So what is the solution for that?
This question goes to the chair.
All right. So yeah, I'll take the question. You know, I've played all parts. You know, I've been here and there and across the table everywhere. So, but I can assure you that it's not that. You can always fix. You know, who's at fault. I think what we really need to do is to have a very good, very clear site organization. You know, somebody was talking about stakeholders. Stakeholder management in a project is extremely important. We should all know what my part is. Finally, as a client, I should give the geotechnical baseline report, you know, and I should give my minimum design specifications and my specifications of work. You know, the contractor should be liable to give me those specifications, and a consultant, if he's there on site, is supposed to check the quality and you know he's supposed to be the person who's doing the quality assurance of this whole process. You know, when things go wrong, if it's a design fault, it should generally be the client's. If it's a fault with work, you know, if it's execution, then it should be the contractors. And whenever there is a process which has not been carried out properly and there is an authorities engineer on site, he also has to be liable for it. If we keep it very simple and we make the site organization very clear with the stakeholders, I think you will always be able to pinpoint responsibility. But in the end, that's not our aim. The aim is how do all of us get that project going for us and not having to come back to decide as to who went wrong. You know, it shouldn't come to that, but I think a proper site organization with everybody playing their role, we will always be able to pinpoint as to where things went wrong.
Ultimately, the buck should stop somewhere.
Yeah, if I have to add something to what sir said, what sir says, see, there are a lot of success stories in India as well. Okay, only thing that those success stories has not been documented. Okay, few days back I was in IIM Ahmedabad. We do not have case studies wherein we have succeeded. I think time has come to write it down. Okay, publish it, to know what are those good things they have done. I mean, all stakeholders put together, by which the project has got completed on time. That will make a lot of difference to our industry.
Actually, failures also should be documented.
Yeah, absolutely.
More failures you document, better you will be able to learn. The problem today is, you know, I agree on certain points with him because I always give an example of a flyover which was made in Surat. 5 days after inaugural, the flyover came down. 5 days, right? So what happened was there was a sewer line under the flyover. Now, whose fault was that? Contractor said, not my fault. I made the flyover as per the design given by the consultant. Consultant said, not my fault. The utility information was given to me by the client. Client said, when I gave the utility information, there was a small fine print there which said that you are responsible for cross-checking this information yourself, all right? So actually, it's no one's fault. So partly what you said is, first of all, taken by the panel. Just because we are sitting on this side of the table, it's not that we don't agree with you. Mr. Mehra gave a very good explanation and rather response to it. He added to it. And Lalitji also wants to add something.
I want to add something on, he is talking about behavioral issue. It is very much there. And there is a reason for that. Then government departments, there is no performance evaluation criteria for preparation of DPRs. It is for the award of work and the actual construction progress. Nobody is basically giving any weightage to all these issues. And when DPR is being prepared, it is something like our officer is not doing anything. And what is happening with EPC contracts, client is asking for the big BOQs to, there are some of the clients who are asking for the BOQs, not the DPRs, because so that they can invite the tender and their performance can be evaluated. They can do something based on certain criteria can be fulfilled. So when that half-baked DPR is there, where only BOQ has been basically given, and the contractor, the EPC contractor is not having that time to go to field and do some investigation on his own, though he is required to do, but there is no such time for him. So he is quoting based on that DPR, and that DPR is basically, what type of DPR is that?
So there's one thing, Fiki, I'll really strongly, I'll send a note of recommendation also. But see, the minister this is the 4th edition. All 4 times he talked about poor quality of DPR. All right. He also recommends that we must do something about it. As industry, let's come together and create a small forum of like consultant. And in India, there is no dearth of talent. Like that is somewhere I disagree with him. We do not need to bring foreign consultants. We have our consultants are going out and giving consultancy to the foreign firms. It's just having the right environment and putting them together and actually make a system, and then policy makers need to implement it also. We have a policy maker here, that's great, but generally in conferences they don't even sit after the inaugural. Now that's a big problem. They should be sitting and listening to us also. We'll take a quick question. Anyone has a quick question? Yeah, please.
In addition to your present topic, sir, with respect to this DPR, I wish to add the timelines are very unrealistic.
Sir, can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Manoj Singh, Vice President, Rodic Consultant. The timelines are very unrealistic. I work in international, on national domain also, internationally also. I have seen even the underdeveloped countries in Africa, they are very particular. They respect the timelines, the urgency, and the need. And over here, we have the contractor representatives also sitting. For them, the timeline, the time what they're going to spend on construction is money. One day additional, it costs them. So whenever the DPRs are to be taken into consideration or blame, we also have to assume realistic timelines. And also would like to revisit your point. Investigations has to be given a due deliberation and time. So this, I request the forum to present this, because this discussion is going on for a long time. For 3 years, I am also being presenting them. And one more instance I would like to quote over here. The Ministry of Road Transport came with a rating mechanism. Now, this rating mechanism is one of a mathematical formula, I would say, rather than a evolution benchmark. In this mathematical formula, a consultant A has done in his entire career 1 DPR in last 3 years. Now he is sitting on the top as gaining 80% of mark. And as a consultant who are very serious, we are not undertaking those work, because we know that whatever we commit or whatever we do, it has to be up to a standards. So we have never taken unserious work, but we do not stand there. So it's a, I mean to say, it's a huge gap.
I would like to comment on this. The first thing which is written here of the points that I would have said is, if I would have spoken, is decouple planning and execution. What you're saying is absolutely correct. See, what we need to do, it's for FICCI, it's for all of us everywhere, is to actually advise people around us that I have to today be doing investigation and exploration for projects which I plan to start after 5 years. We know that we've got such a big long-term perspective plan in all ministries. Unfortunately, the day we decide uska foundation stone nikalna hai, usse 6 mahine pehle hum uska DPR karna ka decision lete hain. This has to change. Planning, DPR, investigation, exploration, and making of DPRs has to be a separate activity in our national system, in our ecosystem, and execution comes as and when that project is required urgently, or as and when we have the money to do it. See, finally, the DPRs are going to cost us what? A good DPR is going to cost us 2-3%. We can afford to do that. Probably we can't afford to make that bridge today. We can't afford to make that tunnel today. But if we were to make a tunnel across Khardungla we should have done the DPR 5 years back, you know. So I think if we can do that, a lot of this will be get solved. Because if I was to ask Dr. Rana to give me a plan of geophysical investigations and he would tell me the right thing to do, I know that for him to mobilize those resources will also take 6-7 months, even when they are geophysical in nature. And based on his inputs, would I decide where my boreholes would go, which would again need some mobilization, because we would like to interpret those results and then get the boreholes going. Then we would come on to a design and we would come out to a BOQ, and we'd probably do a costing as per the SSR of that year, leave it there, and probably escalate it later, or do the costing later again when we have to do the project. But till the time we don't decouple this, you know, and we do the DPRs and the project's execution together, this will remain. As far as the rating is concerned, I'm sure that any system which is faulty will never stand the test of time. I can assure you, in a year, people will stop reading those ratings then.
And one more thing I wish to add, sorry, adaptability and even the client as the stakeholders are the very important parts. So I would just cite an example. When MDBs undertake a project, however, they do their best. I mean, MDB means World Bank, and ADB is another institution. They make a very important aspect of developing stakeholder capability, and particularly the client. And why is that? When a consultant or a contractor goes, at least the person on the other side, I do not try to say they are highly capable people. But if I am not into my business for almost a decade, how do I know the in and outs? So the capability has to be done. And when those things comes up, they are handling it very well as a PIU, project implementation offices or units. So this has to have an umbrella thing. I mean to say it has to be considered
I can
seriously.
assure you, not only that, it hurts the project because clients don't have the right qualification. Again, one of the bullet points I always speak about, that clients need to be equally qualified on the project that they are trying to get implemented. And also, we need to have a culture of technocrats in this country. Otherwise, we'll not be able to push these projects. But also, a lot of these MDBs are not being able to fund, or they are not wanting to fund a lot of projects which are feasible in states today, because there is no system there. They come to the states, they come to the state governments, they see the system and they say that with this kind of a system, we will not be able to put fund inside. So yes, we are losing out on that. I agree. These points are real points. And again, it's for FICCI to note and, collate them somewhere, not only for the central government, but also for the state governments. Because any good funding agency needs
this one
good
will
systems.
stop now. Sorry.
Okay, sir.
Because, I'll just take few more questions from anyone else interested. Yeah, see that there's so many hands here. Yeah, let's start with this. Yeah. And short question, please, because now I've got the signal to wrap up in next 5 minutes.
I'll only take 60 seconds maximum. So I think I'm listening from the morning. First of all, I'm Mukesh Tomar. I am a founder and CEO of a consulting firm. I've worked abroad for 18 years. So we are talking since morning, and I've been in the environment seeing the culprit being the DPR. Everyone is saying that we know the problem. Either we don't know the solution or we don't want to solve it. It's as simple as that. There's no excuses to that, first of all. Second, I can take you to the experience that I have in one project where I'm working in Copenhagen. We had only scope of M&E. We have 1862 pages of the requirement for that project of 1.2 kilometer road tunnel, apart from the report that we got for the tender documentation. And they use a software. I mean, there's so many tools in this era that we have to capture the requirement on any project. So 1862 was the line item. We were to comply with those and show the evidence to the contractor that we complied. And no DPR is complete in this world. There were some flaws which we raised, and we convinced the client, and there were some variation issued. It's a live document. You cannot blame it. It has to evolve as the project goes further and further and further. But to get to a good starting point, as you rightly said, it took them 3 years to prepare those 1962 pages. So the time was there. And last thing I would say on that life cycle cost, there was an element of that as well. And I was surprised because it was the first time I was seeing that in a project, that the tunnel is being built for 100 years. How do we ensure that the item that we are going to install there as an M&E equipment, they will be last for 100 years? They cannot. Some equipment will last 20, 30, 40, 50. What's the plan? So we were put to at that level of pressure, like how we plan after 20 years, what need to be replaced, what need to be repaired.
So this is we call like pure life cycle based design. Everything was done in 3D. I'm not saying we should do that in India right now, but we can start taking some baby steps. Things are there. Everything is there. Either it's willingness or we don't know the solution. There's no other excuses. Thank you.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and that's what we are having a small group or committee we call it. And yesterday itself we had a meeting, and we were talking about international best practices. And there is nothing which we should not be doing even today, because we are a country which has the ambition of being a superpower. So we must be doing everything right. Yeah, a short question. Identify the speaker you want to ask the question from, and very short question, please.
So my question is specifically for Mr. Sandeep Singh. Sandeep ji, myself Abhishek. So today's conference has broadly identified the priorities, and we see a substantial shift towards engineering excellence life cycle over the initial capex, and as rightly pointed by Colonel Mehra, that aesthetics also shall play an important role. I am speaking on behalf of the manufacturing fraternity, specifically small scale and medium scale manufacturers. We are making low voltage panels. We're also making knock operator consoles and many products that goes into this. By the time the specifications and the requirement come via the EPC contractors, which we suitably honor and understand, they are under tremendous responsibilities, and these smaller components would essentially be last in their list. But these equipments that are supplied are sort of a matter of national self-pride for us also. So where do we really start? I am completely resonating that we work with a variety of metals, and stainless steel anyhow has a very high life cycle and aesthetic appeal. But medium scale and small scale companies have their product design houses also. So how can we really step up at the right time and share our inputs, just like in the telecom industry, the DOT and the TUPC has the right entry points for MSME to point out these changes for future and current projects. So what would be the right point for small scale product companies to step in?
Okay. First of all, I would like to say nothing is chota bada, and don't undermine your value, because every small contribution is giving shape to the bigger one. So that you have to correct. I think almost all we have to think that every small component is made of the soft floor by the MSME is going to give a shape of broader concept. So as per said, this panels and electricity department, we are already in touch with various stakeholders, all the Siemens, ABB, and other part of the country, where they are agreed primarily for stainless steel, and we are also working for the cost reduction. So for that, every approvals we have to go for RDSO, because the RDSO, they have designed as per they have taken as a corrosion alliance. But if you talk about this stainless steel, we don't need any corrosion alliance. So 30-40% straight away weight reduction can be done, which can be a cost optimization scheme also. And coming for the SME sector, I am attending various conferences. I am start saying that there is one clause, this PVC clause, sir. This price variation clause is normally there in every big contract. And many small OEMs who is giving to the subcontracting, they are not getting this price variation clause down the line, which is supposed to be percolate from top to bottom. And many of the big OEMs or small OEMs die on the soft floor because of this and this, because of the price gap and all. So from this FICCI itself, yesterday I also raised this point. This PVC clause has to be mandatory to be abide by from top to bottom, and it has to be given. And for MSME sector, that 20% order value is there for the MSME sector. They can come forward, they can claim, and they can take it. And we as a forum is always ready for MSME, because once our baseline will grow, our top line will automatically be there. And it is supposed to bound, and it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep ji. And with this, I'll hand it over to Mr. Chairman. You have a question? One question. All right, let's go ahead.
My question is about the professional ethics and professional accountability. My question is how it is being done internationally, and what is the legal framework here in India to ensure this?
No, it's a very difficult question, and I've never thought about these things, honestly. But then since it's come to me, I think unlike what is generally said, punitive action never works. There has to be systems in play. What I see of what I know of the international market and what I know of international practice, because I ended up doing a part of my education there, and I was privy to some projects which are being run in the European market, vis-a-vis how we work here. The systems are so well defined that there is very little space for anybody to be able to deviate and take you to do something. Obviously, integrity is sometimes, I think it's also a matter of culture and practice, that it's definitely found to be much higher in a developed nation, because probably their social security takes care of so many things that they don't need to deviate to be able to make something for themselves. So that's one. But the systems are I think the best way to do it. In our system, I think we can always keep saying that the contractors are not giving us quality of work, but actually I think if you give the contractor the right price for what you require, he will end up giving you quality. Most of the shortcuts that we see in the industry on quality and safety are because the contracts do not incentivize the contractor to give you the right supports in the tunnels, to give you the right specification of the material. These are very loosely defined specifications, and most of these contracts are win on competitive bids. We end up in accepting contracts which are -20, -30% without asking them for the justification and asking them for just extra PBGs. This will never work. From the day that contract started, you can be sure that you will never get the product that you asked for. So I think incentivizing everyone to do the right thing is the best way to ensure that you get the right product. Ethics is a very big subject, sir. I come from the army. I could speak till tomorrow morning on ethics, but it comes from institutional training more than anything else.
My simple question is again supplementary, you can say. When we say DPR, the meaning is detailed project report.
Perfect.
And everybody accepts that it also contains the detailed design, detailed estimate and the detailed design.
Right.
If the detailed design is there, if the detailed estimate is there, then where is the question of EPC means then design is already done. Now, what for we go for EPC contract then?
Exactly, sir. Let me, since if you've done that, I'll come to it. So because there's a lot of misunderstanding about the EPC contract in India as well, sir, of how the MORTH runs the EPC contract with schedules, with Schedule B and Schedule D. The Schedule B will have the scope of work, sir. Schedule D will have the minimum design specifications. What the contractor can do is, in case he has maintenance, he can opt to use the stainless steel that he's talking about, as long as it is above the grade of steel that I've already mentioned in the contract. So actually, the contractor has no space to overhaul the design. He has space to modify the design, get some better product in, and then the client or the client's authorities engineer has to approve it. So honestly speaking, there is very little space in that contract for him to completely overhaul the project. EPC was the FIDIC Orange Book. It was a lump sum contract where it was meant for a building where only the foundations were unknown. Everything else was defined to the T. What the contractor could do is offer you something which is newer in the market, better specification than yours, and in case he had a patent for something, to have lesser cost to himself. That is how they used to bid for EPC contracts. We've got the EPC thing quite misunderstood in our industry. The contractor's design can never vary a lot from the client's design. In case I designed something at 80 crores and the contractor goes and does that design for 50 crores and runs away, that means I was in cahoots with him to have given him the 30 crore space.
My point is, when we say DPR is having the detailed design, are you sure that detailed design is worth implementing?
So if a DPR has been approved by the client actually certifies that it is good for implementation. So that is why I say, sir, whenever there is a design fault, it always lies with the client, not with the contractor. So that is, somebody asked about this, about stakeholders. So I always say, whenever the fault is with the design, the client should always be responsible, because it's not the contractor's design. Yeah. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And like since Shampaji, don't be so fast. I still have to give it once to Mr. Chairman. So if you have any final remark, because you are chairing the session, so I'll give it to you. Else I'll give it back to the organizer after your final remark, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. Firstly, we thank you. I think you were the right person to moderate a session. As I said, this was womb to tomb, and I think you just covered it very nicely, and we covered a lot of issues and fantastic questions. It's always good to have interaction because we all learn together. One little segue I think we didn't do after the DPRs was that we have to investigate very well. We have to do, we have to start with a concept design. We have to do broad-based geophysical investigations, then come on to specific geophysical investigations, then come to the geotechnical investigations, and then generate a design. But in tunnels, in the end, there will still be unknowns, because the biggest input that you get in a tunnel, it's basically idealized as a circular opening in a infinite plate, is what you see on the face. So a lot of input you get from the face, and that's where instrumentation comes into play. Finally we will still need to modify whatever we have designed there. So in case we can get into our culture the concepts enshrined in the Fidiker Emerald book, where there are the concepts of the geotechnical baseline report and of the time related costs, then we can further, after having done so much, also have contractual flexibility built into our contracts to get the right supports in. And I can assure you, most of the times we will get supports which are optimized and not more than what we are designed for. But in case we come to a poor geology, a shear zone, we will actually end up putting what that geology needs and not what was written in a design, because that design could not probably predict that shear zone or the severity of it. So I think tunnels need that. I think that we can stay with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you for clapping for him. And now I would like all of us to clap for wonderful audience you have been. Thank you for being interactive, and it's a wonderful experience interacting with all of you. Thank you so much. Now I hand it back to Shampaji.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. Thank you, speakers. This was a brilliant session and very interactive. And may I request you all to join for a group photograph? So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, our partners, our gold partner, AFCONS, KPIL, associate partner, Megha Engineering, Bernard Group, SNF Water Sciences, Dextra, and our knowledge partner, CRISIL. So thank you very much for these enlightening sessions. The ideas and deliberation arising out of this conference would go a long way in addressing the challenges and reflecting on the way forward. With these words, once again, I thank you all the panelists, delegates. Thank you once again for joining today's conference.